Mr. President, we are ready for you to begin the meeting.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Chicago Board of Education meeting. Today is December 16th, 2020. We are holding today's meeting electronically via Zoom. I am Miguel del Valle. On behalf of my fellow board members, thank you for joining us today. Regular meeting of Wednesday, December 16th, 2020 is hereby called to order. Madam Secretary, please take the roll.
Thank you, Mr. President. Member Rome?
Here.
Member Melendez?
Here.
Vice President Reveluri?
Here.
Member Tad Breland?
Here.
Member Truss?
Here.
Member Sotelo?
Here.
And President Del Valle?
Here.
We have 7 members present. There is a quorum. I would also like to recognize Dr. Janice Jackson, our CEO, Joseph Moriarty, our General Counsel, and note for the record that he is physically present in the boardroom today. Latanya McDade, our Chief Education Officer, Arnie Rivera, our Chief Operating Officer, and Tia Hawthorne, our Honorary Student Board Member. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Secretary. This is the last meeting of the year. It has been quite a year. We finally made it. It's been a rough year, to say the least. I, for one, don't want to experience another year like this one. I think many of you would probably agree. But in spite of all the hardships that we've experienced, all our families, our students, our teachers, our communities in general, we have to look back and be thankful for a lot of things within the CPS family. And the CPS family is a very, very large family. It's one of the largest families in the country when it comes to public education. I think of the workers, our lunchroom staff, our food service staff, distributing lunches since we closed to the families on a daily basis, on the front line constantly. I think about the custodians and the security staff, and I think about our safe passage workers. And of course, I think about our clerks and our principals and our assistant principals and our teachers and counselors and social workers and nurses, our central office staff, our network staff, our executive staff, our community partners, all the people in the mayor's office who have been on the front line along with us. And of course, the parents and all the families and our board members who have been with us and have been through all of this as part of the CPS family. I thank all of you for the sacrifices that you've made over this past year. It's been very, very difficult. I don't think I have enough words to express how difficult it has been. But there is light at the end of the tunnel. And that light is getting brighter and brighter. It certainly became brighter when the first vaccine was given here in Chicago, in the Chicago area. It became brighter when the political climate began to change. And I think it became brighter as we've seen signs of the economy beginning to recover. And it's going to be even brighter when our students are back in the classroom, because all of us want to see that happen as quickly as possible. Too many of our students have been hurt. Yes, remote learning has worked for some, but it has not worked for others. We're going to have to work very, very hard when our kids are back in the classroom to help those that need that assistance in terms of catching up. Much has to be done. And I think we're certainly all up for it. We're stronger as a result of our experience this year. And so as 2020 comes to a close, and as I said, I can't wait till it closes. I want New Year's to come as quickly as possible. Let's not forget that we've grown stronger as a community, as the CPS family, as a result of all the suffering, of the sacrifices, and all the pain that has been experienced over this past year, and not just because of the pandemic, but also for many other reasons. And so I thank you for your work this year, and I want to wish everyone a happy new year. And I know that 2021 is going to be much better, much better for CPS and for our students, the most important people in our system, our students. And I'm looking forward to a very productive year that will help us work to heal the wounds and undo some of the damage that has been done during this past year. I think we can do it, and we will do it. So once again, thank you all. The order of the meeting will be as follows. We'll start with honoring excellence, CEO remarks, committee updates and announcements, public participation via electronic format, presentations, which will include a presentation on reopening, high school strategy, and non-union compensation. Discussion of public agenda items, vote on public agenda items, closed session, we'll then reconvene and vote on executive session items and adjourn. Chief McDade, please proceed with honoring excellence.
Good morning, and thank you, President Del Valle, and good morning to the entire board. We will begin today's Board of Education meeting with a student performance that is truly inspiring. The pandemic has denied our talented youth the opportunity to perform in person, but a group of students, staff, and alumni from Senn High School, along with some special guest artists, refused to let that stop them from sharing their gifts. The video we will showcase today brings issues of social justice together with the arts. With its original music and choreography, it features more than 30 singers, dancers, and instrumentalists who came together in a beautiful performance without ever leaving their homes. This project has received national recognition, including a statement from internationally renowned cellist Yo-Yo Ma, who lauded the Senn community for providing a space for healing and comfort during quarantine. Please join me in enjoying this moving piece entitled, "Who Will Carry Me?"
Who will hold me close and keep
Wow. I think the best word is powerful. At this time, it's my pleasure to invite Mr. Trevor Nicholas, Director of Vocal Ensembles at Senn High School, to share a few words about this unique and inspiring project.
Good morning, President Del Valle, members of the board, Dr. Jackson, Chief McDade, and staff. Thank you so much for recognizing the beauty, brilliance, and resilience and artistry of our Senn Arts community. In a time of isolation, trauma, and division, our Senn student artists have been using their talents to bring people together in compassion and love. Who Will Carry Me was our creative response to the COVID-19 pandemic and the trauma of experiencing and watching anti-Black violence repeatedly displayed on the news while in isolation. In Senn Arts, we use creation as an approach to critical thinking and problem solving with the world around us as artistic material. We lead students to creating artwork in response to real-world events and experiences. Though a beautiful outcome, the Who Will Carry Me project represents struggle with involvement, motivation, resources, and connection during this time. We are proud of the result we were able to create, despite the significant and ever-present setbacks. Our video is also a call to action as school districts across the country are cutting arts budgets to address the financial impact of COVID-19. Our video reaffirms the arts' ability to connect, heal, and strengthen communities. The devastation of this pandemic underscores the acute need for programs like ours to be supported in every neighborhood across our city. The very nature of our program fosters safe spaces and places for fulfilling, restorative, and creative expression that, in turn, heal those outside our walls. We want to extend a special thank you to all of our arts partners and alumni for their participation in the project. I want to personally thank my Senn Arts colleagues, Colin Cosgrove, Amy Jesenowski, and Krista Wartendijk for their collaboration and creativity, Principal Beck for the continued support and freedom in curriculum, and guest artist Trey McLaughlin. Today, I am so excited to announce the launch of our next trauma-responsive video project titled The Cave. We are thrilled to partner with Chicago native songstress, songwriter, and spoken word artist Sharon Irving to address mental health and racial trauma. We will also be coached by Heather Arani. I invite you to dialogue further beyond this moment on how the arts can lead us back towards wholeness from the traumas of these devastating times. Finally, to all the young artists across Chicago, you are beautiful, brilliant, and so needed in this moment. Your light and creativity will change the world. Thank you.
At this, thank you so much, Mr. Nichols. I would like to ask any board members that would like to share remarks at this time.
How could I possibly follow those words? Beautifully stated, and seeing the beauty in the faces of the students and staff and others participating in this video, who participate in this video, reminds us, of course, of how important the arts are and how the arts give an opportunity to our students to express themselves and to really show us what it is that they're feeling and how they view the world around them, and how they work diligently to make sure that those expressions are shared with as many people as possible. Every student in our system should have an opportunity to participate in a performing arts program. I think we all agree, and we have to continue to work hard to acquire the resources that will allow us to do that. Because I personally, in my days as a youth worker, saw miracles happen as a result of a young person participating in an arts program. Lives are transformed as a result of that participation. And that is felt, the impact of that transformation is felt by families, it's felt by communities, it's felt by all of us. And so thank you for your work, and let's keep moving forward.
Chief McDade, can I say something quickly? I just wanted to say, like, I mean, I know we all know this, but the young people in this district are amazing. And I just want to thank all the young people in the district, in our city, for just continuing to be such an inspiration for all of us. That was so moving. You all continue to inspire us. You continue to be a guiding light. And so I just want to thank you for that inspiration. It was beautiful.
Chief McDade, can I say something very briefly?
Certainly, yeah.
Yes, that was amazing, really moving, powerful. And I think, President Del Valle pointed out what a hard year it's been for everybody, and including our students, and maybe most of all our students. So that performance and the hope and resilience that it represented for me was incredibly moving. I thank Mr. Nichols, every one of the students, and for what they showed us in that performance. Thank you.
President Del Valle?
Yes.
I also like to echo my sincere thanks to Mr. Nichols, but not only to Mr. Nichols, all the equivalents of Mr. Nichols that we have throughout the district. I know we can only recognize one because of the shortness of the board, but the importance of the leaders like Mr. Nichols that engage the youth to unleash their potential in a productive way. Probably one of the hardest part is actually bringing the arts to life. And it's such a critical element of unleashing their entire potential so they can demonstrate their energy, demonstrate their talents. And I know there are a lot of talented teachers throughout the district doing so. I certainly have witnessed that myself with a couple that I hear in the background as we're going from corner to corner, and how they engage and how they try to make the best of it. And equally to the students, right? They find those mentors, find those leaders to help unleash that talent. And I applaud the students as well for having their resiliency and helping to bring out those talents in a productive way that can help all of us. And it certainly was powerful and moving for me as well. So thank you.
Are there any other board members that would like to share comments or remarks?
Thank you.
Thanks, Chief McDade.
Vice President Reblures.
I just wanted to say thank you for the powerful message, and especially thank you for a ray of hope.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nicholas and the entire SIN community for sharing such a beautiful work of art with us this morning. The pandemic has impacted every aspect of our school year, including the important process our students go through to choose the school options that are best for them. To give CPS families the time they need to make this important decision, we have extended the Go CPS application deadline to Friday, January 8th, 2021. We hope that this added time will give our students the opportunity to carefully consider what schools will best match their interests, talents, and abilities. Because of this extension, offers for the 21-22 school year will come out slightly later than in past years. We will update CPS families with an exact date later in the year. In the meantime, we urge our students to look at all of their options, from their neighborhood schools to offerings in STEM, IB, world language, and selective enrollment, as well as others, to determine which environment will best meet their needs. We are also excited to announce an expansion of our Chicago Connected initiative. Since its launch in June, this program has provided more than 50,000 CPS students with access to high-speed internet at no cost. Now, in order to support more of our families during online learning, we have expanded the program's eligibility criteria to include all limited income students who do not have wired internet. Expanding internet access during and beyond the pandemic is an important step toward bridging the digital divide, which is part of our larger strategy of improving equity throughout the district. Families can check their eligibility for Chicago Connected by visiting cps.edu/get-connected. Parents will need to know their child's student ID number, which can be found on their progress report, report card, or student ID card. You can also call your child's school for assistance. Mr. President, this concludes my prepared remarks.
Thank you, Chief McDade. We'll proceed to CEO remarks. Dr. Jackson.
All right. Good morning, President Del Valle. If I may, I do want to echo all of the sentiments around the honoring excellence. I think we all needed a lift up or pick me up, and the SEND group did exactly that. So thank you for that ray of hope. I want to also extend a couple of thank yous in my remarks today. First, starting with everyone on our FACE team at the local school level that participated in the LSC elections. We know that LSC elections were made even more difficult this year due to the pandemic, but the incredible professionals in our LSC department, our FACE team, and obviously those folks at the school level made it work. So we're really excited about the newly elected members of our LSCs throughout the city. And I want to thank them for signing up to support our schools, especially during these challenging times. We've said before that LSCs play a crucial role. We believe these parents and teachers and community members and students that participate in LSCs are a part of the leadership team here in CPS. So again, I just want to thank people for stepping up when it would have been easy to just take a seat this year because of all that's happening. I also want to extend a huge thank you to former President Barack Obama, who earlier this month gave our students a surprise of a lifetime. Many of our seniors had an opportunity to meet and engage with him. I'm so thankful that he thought of CPS students for this initiative and this amazing gift. We were able to give every student their own individual copy of his latest memoir, A Promised Land. And there's going to be, we were able to get them to commit to a book follow-up in that conversation too, which was a huge surprise. So stay tuned. There's going to be more information about that, but we're just extremely grateful for President Obama's continued support and connection to the students here in Chicago. Finally, I want to turn my attention and talk about our ongoing plans for safely reopening our schools. Like President Del Valle lamented, I can't wait for 2021, and it has to be better than 2020. But one of the things that I'm most excited about and anticipating is a return to in-person instruction in our school. And by no means do I want to underestimate how difficult this will be for the district from a logistical standpoint, but also how difficult it was of a decision for many of our families to make. What I want to underscore is that every single family has a choice in this plan. Individuals that want to remain in a remote learning environment will have the option to do so. But we are also now able to offer the option of in-person instruction for 75,000 students and families in CPS. It is important to note that majority of them are Black and Latinx. They have told us that they want to come back to school starting in January and February, and we will be ready to receive them and ensure that their health and safety is a primary focus. I want to put this in perspective and note that with 75,000 students slated to return at the beginning of the calendar year, that is twice the size of the second largest school district in Illinois. So when we talk about offering more options for parents, we're serving a large swath of our families who believe that this is the best choice for their students. And we believe we have a moral obligation to do so. We will continue to share our most up-to-date plans and information. I want to remind people that the cps.edu/reopen in 2020 website has a lot of information. We continue to get questions. We've produced a parent handbook. I know it's a lot of information, but I really want to direct people to those resources, but also encourage you to reach out to your school administrators and folks at the local school should you have questions or concerns about what these plans will look like for your children. Studies and data from here in Chicago and across the country have shown us that with proper protocols in place, we can reopen schools safely. I know that this will be a complicated process, and that maybe the first 2 weeks will be complicated, just like they are during any school year. But I know after a while, we will get our sea legs and be able to do this safely and ensure that our kids get the education that they deserve. Our teaching and learning department will continue to provide professional development for teachers who need additional support with simultaneous teaching as well as remote learning. And teachers know how to access that information through the Knowledge Center. As we prepare to close out 2020, I do want to acknowledge that hope is on the horizon with the announcement of one vaccine in a couple of days, maybe a second. And while we're excited about the potential of a vaccine to hopefully eradicate COVID at some point, we know that we can't take our foot off the gas around some of the some of the mitigating strategies that we know help reduce the spread of COVID. So I want to implore everybody to not allow themselves to let their guards down, to continue doing all the things that we know not only keep us safe, but keep others around us safe. That includes socially distancing, wearing a mask, and if you're sick, stay home. These are all the protocols that we have strictly enforced throughout this pandemic, and we will definitely, most certainly do so once our students return back to school. Finally, I want to close out by wishing everybody a safe holiday season. Please, I can't tell you how to enjoy. I'll let the mayor tell you guys Christmas is canceled. No, just kidding. But, you know, we do want to make sure that we celebrate, but that we also do it safely and that we are almost there. There's light at the end of the tunnel, and that if we remain committed and adhere to the strict protocols. I know it's hard for everybody. It's hard for me. It's hard for all of us who are accustomed to, you know, rituals and traditions in our family. But it is my hope that you have a safe holiday and really stick with us, because there really is light at the end of the tunnel. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson. We will proceed to committee updates. Member Rome, Chair of the Whole Child Committee, has an update along with Tia, our student board member.
Thank you, President Del Valle. I'm excited to share an update on a new initiative sponsored by the Whole Child Committee. I've had the pleasure of collaborating with our honorary student board member, Tia Hawthorne, and our board deputy chief of staff, Adam Lechner, on shaping a pilot of what we're calling student roundtables. One of the main goals of the board committees is to engage communities to help inform the board on a range of critical educational issues. While we've made strides as a board, engaging communities through board meetings in the community, board committee meetings, office hours, and creating opportunities for members of the public to provide comments on policies on which the board votes, we often want to hear more student perspectives, particularly from students furthest from opportunity and who might not be part of an organized student group. While CPS sponsors many wonderful student voice initiatives, like the Student Voice and Activism Fellows, and our leadership often collaborates with and receives counsel from student groups like the Student Advisory Council, this is the first pilot of a board initiative to formalize how we engage with students related to issues that fall within our board purview. The CPS equity framework guides us to engage stakeholders who are most impacted by our decisions, and that's what the Whole Child Committee aspires to do with this initiative. Board Member Hawthorne will provide a quick overview of our plan for piloting student roundtables.
Thank you so much. So for the past 4 months, I've had the pleasure of working alongside both Adam Lechner, Board of Ed Chief of Staff, and Board Member Rome on how we as a district can uplift the voices of all students and elevate my role as the honorary student board member. Within that time period, we were able to shape an initiative that upholds the visions of equity that are near and dear to the heart of CPS, while also creating an inclusive space for all students. That initiative is Student Roundtables, created by students for students. These will occur on a quarterly basis, virtually, and will be related to different CPS policies and student-nominated topics that directly affect them and are important to them. As I stated before, we are committed to creating the most inclusive space possible for all students, and that is represented in the topic for our first roundtable, which will occur mid-January. Topics will generally focus on the district and board's commitment to ensuring that every student has access to an amazing school in their neighborhood, which is why I'm so excited to announce the topic of the next month's roundtable will surround school selection and high school admissions process from students' perspectives, and I will be facilitating a conversation with students who attend neighborhood, selective, and other special admissions and other special focus schools to better understand their lived experience of the high school admissions process and how students make decisions about which high school to attend. In order to uplift the student voice present at said roundtables and keep the board updated, I, alongside the students who attend the roundtables, will be sharing the themes from the roundtable at board meetings on a quarterly basis, beginning with the January 27th board meeting. As of now, the roundtables are open to current CPS 9th through 10th graders, but we do hope to expand to middle schoolers after our pilot evolves and grows. These roundtables are deeply rooted in inclusivity of different perspectives, which is why we have a strong anchor to the Student Voice and Activism Fellows, Student Advisory Council, which I would represent as the honorary student board member and SAC member, different critical partners, which will range depending on the topic, and students who are not in the above groups, maybe students whose voice we don't often hear from, or a student who may be the farthest away from opportunity. In order to hold ourselves accountable and measure our success, we are committed to 4 different steps. The first being creating a respectful and inclusive space. The second being continuous improvement of the process. The third being sharing what we are learning. And the fourth and final step being sharing the influence that students are having on board members' work and learning processes. While all of this seems far away, we all know that board meetings appear in a flash. Our next steps will be reaching out intentionally to schools to ensure that there is a broad and inclusive representation of students attending a range of school experiences for our first roundtable related to school selection. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Board Member Hawthorne. This board believes that student voice is integral to our collective work, the decisions we make, and policies on which we vote. We're eager to continue elevating student voice and centering student perspectives in the decisions that we make that impact them. We look forward to sharing our first report with you following our inaugural student roundtable in January. And thanks to Board Member Hawthorne for her courageous leadership on this initiative. That concludes our update. President Del Valle, thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Amy Rome and Student Board Member Thea Hawthorne. Excellent work. I'm excited about this initiative and look forward to the work product. So thank you very much. Now for announcements, please use our website, cpsboe.org, if you need to seek assistance or want to meet with a board member during office hours. We encourage you to take advantage of the opportunity to meet with board members outside of the board meeting. Madam Secretary, please share the details of the next board meeting.
Thank you, Mr. President. The next board meeting is scheduled for Wednesday, January 27, 2021. Advanced registration will open at 10:30 a.m. on Monday, January 25th, 2021, and will close on Tuesday, January 26, 2021 at 5 p.m. or until all slots are filled, whichever is first. If anyone has any questions about this process, please contact the board office for our assistance. Also, I would like to note for the record that we will announce if the board meeting will be in person or virtual via our website. Please monitor the cpsboe.org website for more information. Thank you.
Let's now proceed with today's public participation session. As a reminder, union representatives will speak before public participation, and any elected officials will speak after the conclusion of public participation. Madam Secretary, please share the rules of public participation.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the public who registered to speak were given information to access this meeting by dialing a number and using their phone. We did this so that speakers with limited or no access to internet or who may have a weak internet connection could still participate using their phones. Also, members of the public may submit written comments for Board of Education meetings via the written comments form on the board's website at www.cpsboe.org or mail to 1 North Dearborn Suite 950. Written comments received between the day the public agenda is posted through 5 p.m. the day after the Board of Education meeting will be submitted to the board and published within 5 business days on our website at www.cpsboe.org. Speakers, please listen while I provide directions for public participation. In order to facilitate and expedite public participation, I will be calling speakers out of order and grouping them. I will call your name and/or number when it is your turn to speak. Once you hear your name or number, please state your name for the record, and then I will start the 2-minute timer. When there are 30 seconds remaining, I will inform you so that you can proceed to conclude your remarks to allow for the next speaker to begin. Thank you, Mr. President.
Please call the first speaker.
Yes, so we have union reps with us this morning, and our first speaker will be Jesse Sharkey, the CTU president, followed by Chris Bayron, the CTU charter chair division. Mr. Sharkey?
Thank you, Ms. Beltran, and good morning to members of the board and the public who are listening to these remarks. The Chicago Teachers Union's guiding principle throughout this pandemic has been our responsibility to advocate for educated students and their families and the communities we serve. We don't view those interests as counterposed. Contrary to a lot of reports, we are passionate about the importance of in-school instruction. We should have in-person school, and we think we should have it as soon as it's practicable, and when we've addressed 3 things: safety, including a clear and reasonable public health metric; trust, including a way to make sure that downtown policies are implemented on a school building level; and equity, including addressing student social and emotional needs in a pandemic. Now, I know that Dr. Arwady in the Chicago Department of Public Health has said that school is safe to open now. She said the same thing this summer, literally the day before CPS announced that it wasn't safe and we weren't reopening. And while I respect the work of medical experts, I want to point out that the CDC, New York, LA, Boston, Detroit, and numerous suburban school districts have established positivity rates, which go along with in-school mitigation strategies to help us know when it's safe to reopen schools. CPS has not told us how many cases a day is too many. If 20% of the people in the city who go in for a test come back with a positive result, it means that the level of virus is so high that it's coming into our schools, and that undermines the things that we're doing to try to keep us safe in the school buildings. How do we get back to in-person school? Tell us and the public a reasonable number, a reasonable level of transmission. Hit that number, and I can assure you the CTU will be a partner in getting people back into school buildings. Dr. Jackson says the majority of students who want to go back are Black and Latinx. I'm sure that's true. The vast majority of students in CPS in general are Black and Latinx. But what's more important is by far the larger portion of Black and Latinx students and parents are voting not to go back in. This virus doesn't affect all communities equally. If you're a service sector worker, if you live in crowded multi-generational housing, if your healthcare and access to healthcare wasn't that great to begin with, those are the people who are getting hit the hardest. People are dying. A lot of people are getting it. 15, 20, 25% positivity in a lot of our neighborhoods. What we're seeing is that a large majority of families are not ready to send their children back into the schools for in-person instruction, especially families in neighborhoods where COVID infection and death is the highest. People are voting with their feet, and they're doing so in a clear majority. Look, it's not just us, but many principals also believe that some families who say they're returning, in fact, are choosing so just to save a spot and aren't really showing up. And because the vast majority of students will be staying home, making all teachers go into the school buildings is actually going to harm the education of more children than it will help. Because inevitably, our attention as instructors will be occupied by the small number of students in our classroom instead of the larger number on our Google Classroom. And we have many, many members who are telling us that their leaves are not being approved for a variety of reasons. It's not even clear to me that we can meet the state mandate for synchronous learning for those who choose remote right now. You've said parents have a choice, sort of. Under your plan, parents who choose remote do not have the option of having a teacher with undivided attention. And 40,000 teachers and staff in the Chicago Public Schools aren't being given a choice either. But we do have a choice. The CTU objects to this plan without the board bargaining with us over our proposals about safety, equity, and trust. Right now, we're campaigning and also in court. But our union will have to have an internal discussion about what to do next if we can't reach agreement about how to make our schools safe for everyone. And when we have those discussions, all options are going to be on the table. I hope that we can resolve this disagreement. I think it's better for everyone in the public schools if the board and the union can go to the public and say, we believe that we have a plan to make people safe. But right now, the lack of a clear public health metric and the lack of a mechanism by which we can say, yeah, we know that the things downtown is saying are going to be true in your school. The lack of those two things is going to make our union campaign in a way which is going to have very real consequences in this whole city. Thank you for your attention in this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Sharkey. Thank you for your comments. Mr. President, we'll continue with the next speaker, Chris Bayron, the CTU Charter Division Chair, followed by Troy Lariviere, the CPAA President. Mr. Bayron? Mr.
Good morning.
Bayron? Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Proceed.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Please proceed.
So, good morning, board members, CPS staff, all the public listening. I just have a very short message for you today. We in the education profession chosen to spend our professional lives with young people because we love being with them. And when it's safe for us to be there, we want to get back there. It's everything my brother Jesse Sharkey said, President Sharkey said, I have to second. I just plead with you to bargain earnestly with the Chicago Teachers Union. So far, CPS has just unilaterally sent out, announced what they're going to do without coming to an agreement. I would also encourage you to encourage charter operators, all charter operators, to negotiate to an agreed settlement on return to work and the safety measures that are going to be in place. A few charter operators have done this, and you should follow their lead. I think everybody here cares about kids. It makes sense for us to come together and come to an agreement on how we can best get back with the students that who we love working with. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Bayron. And our next speaker, Mr. President, please, Troy Lariviere, CPAA President, followed by our first speaker of the speakers list. Mr. Lariviere.
Good morning, beautiful people. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. You can proceed, Troy.
Thank you so much. In July of 2019, a principal who I'm going to call Michelle filed a complaint with the CPS Inspector General alleging that her supervisor created a hostile and verbally abusive work environment. For example, he's accused of having cultivated relationships with dissatisfied parents and showing up with the parents at Michelle's school with no prior notice to undermine Michelle's ability to address the parents' concerns. On one such occasion, he said to have kicked Michelle and two staff members out of the room to hear the parents' complaints by himself, then summoned the staff back to the room only to berate Michelle for the parents' accusations without ever giving her an opportunity to refute or respond. Now, I'm going to quote what at least 3 witnesses allege this supervisor said in writing. These witnesses said in writing what he said to Michelle after excusing the parent from the room. The quote contains harsh language, and I will repeat it uncensored. I understand and apologize if it is offensive, but I do not want to portray the vile and abusive mindset behind this statement as anything other than what it truly is. After excusing the parent, he told Michelle in front of witnesses, quote, "You know I'm a nigga, right? You know I'm a nigga, right? I don't want no shit from y'all in this school," unquote. That same year, he stated to Michelle in the presence of other witnesses about the Black school community, quote, "These are my people and y'all ain't shit. Get the fuck out my face," unquote. After reading these statements, I sought out several administrators whom I knew worked for this particular supervisor, and based on their statements, it seems that he picks and chooses his targets. Some had no problems with him, while others gave detailed stories of abuse as bad or worse as what I've already described. It was not my responsibility to investigate Michelle's claim, but I did. But unfortunately, the Inspector General did not do his job. Michelle's complaint sat in the OIG's office for over a year, and they did nothing, even after she filed a second complaint detailing the supervisor's abusive conduct in retaliation against Michelle for filing the first complaint, which is illegal. It wasn't until our general counsel began to push the inspector general that Michelle was even contacted. And that is when an already alarming story about this allegedly abusive supervisor gets even more disturbing. Instead of investigating the matter himself, the inspector general referred the case to the law department, and they reached out to Michelle for an interview. Before that interview with the law department, an AUSL supervisor named Jarvis Sanford sent a disciplinary meeting notice to Michelle with an investigative report compiled by the law department related to a complaint against Michelle. In that complaint, Jarvis Sanford is the only witness against Michelle other than the complainant, even though he had no direct knowledge of the allegation. I need you all to see what's happening here. Just before the law department was supposed to question Michelle about her abusive supervisor, they allowed Jarvis Sanford to basically serve as a character witness against Michelle in a case that he likely orchestrated against her. Why is this important? Because Jarvis Sanford is the allegedly abusive supervisor. So the law department finally calls Michelle to supposedly investigate her complaint against Jarvis. Then they work behind the scenes with Jarvis to compile an investigative report against Michelle. It seems that not only is CPS not investigating the claims against Jarvis, but his retaliation is being aided and abetted by your law department. And for the record, that is illegal. And in CPS, who gets to make the decision about punishing Michelle after this disciplinary meeting orchestrated by your law department? Jarvis Sanford. So problem number one is that Sanford's going to decide Michelle's fate based on an investigative report that he helped shape with the assistance of the law department that is investigating Michelle's complaint against him. Problem number two is that in CPS, one man gets to be the witness, the judge, and the jury with no recourse for the defendant. For a public school principal, CPS is like its own totalitarian world, where the basic due process provisions of the United States Constitution don't apply to how they get treated by district management. This isn't the first time Jarvis's name has come before this board. At one of your very first meetings in the summer of 2019, he was brought to your attention after being accused of violating the rights of the local school council at Michelle's school by refusing to post a principal vacancy and delaying the principal selection process so that they could not give Michelle a contract. And it was only after the LSC appealed to you, this board, that Jarvis was compelled to post the position. You protected the rights of the LSC, but you ignored the rights, the health, and the safety of the principal, even though the LSC told you in writing that they felt Sanford was treating Michelle unfairly. In conclusion, the purpose of the Chicago Principals and Administrators Association is to ensure our members have the resources, working conditions, and policies they need to help their students reach their full potential. In CPS, that often means fighting to remove the obstacles in the way of this goal. And if these allegations are true, then Jarvis Sanford is one of those obstacles, and so is your law department. We don't ask you to believe. We ask you to investigate. Remove the law department from this case and hire an independent firm to investigate the allegations against Sanford. Then hire a second firm to investigate the conduct of your law department. Now, that was the end of the statement that I came to make, but I'd like to take less than a minute to acknowledge something that the district did today in relationship to principal compensation. Just a couple of months ago, the talent office announced that there would be no raises for principals and APs. Then I came before this board and made you aware of the fact that your administrators, who are majority non-white, are making less than the majority white teaching force that they supervise. And this is an extreme danger to the principal pipeline. By reversing course and deciding to give administrators raises similar to the ones you'll give teachers over the next 4 years, you have ensured that this picture doesn't get worse. But you've done absolutely nothing to change that. That is an objective fact. In 4 years, assistant principals who are majority people of color will still be earning less per hour and in many cases less in total earnings than the majority white teaching force they supervise. This is a time bomb for the principal pipeline. So while what you did today was appreciated, and I mean that, the time bomb is still going to go off if there is not an across-the-board salary adjustment at some point in the next couple years. We look forward to working with you to address this impending crisis. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. President, I will now proceed with the speakers list. Our first speaker will be speaker number 1, Natasha Erskine, followed by speaker number 2, Aisha Noble. Ms. Erskine? Ms.
Good
Erskine?
morning. Can you hear my voice?
We can hear you. Can you please proceed?
Yes. Good morning. My name is Natasha. I'm the mom of a phenomenal CPS high school student and parent LSE advocate at Raise Your Hand. I appreciate the opportunity to address the board and CPS regarding the recent LSE election. We commend and congratulate every candidate who dared to step up and run for LSE during a global health pandemic with devastating impacts across Chicago. This year's rise in interest came amid the summer's SRO vote. Shout out to all the first timers who were recently elected. There's so much work to do before our schools are ready to safely welcome our children back into the building. But it is of a disappointment that the district did not meet the moment with the level of seriousness, integrity, and transparency LSE elections deserve. Raise Your Hand conducted a week-long survey. The word confusing was mentioned 32 times. That is a reflection of the severe lack of clear and consistent communication and guidance throughout the LSE election process. The lack of training, scant staffing, and failures to follow CPS policy caused great stress and anxiety across the city. This was avoidable, though. As an informed community, thousands of stakeholders attempted and failed many times to offer support and recommendations to the CPS Office of LSE Relations. To the board members who are passionate about democracy LSEs provide our city, your leadership is needed at this moment. Despite the challenges of COVID-19, there was an unnecessary burden transferred on to candidates, parents, students, and schools. The lack of attention to the details has hurt the trust and faith in this democratic process.
Ms. Erskine, you have 30 seconds.
Office of LSE Relations. When forced to grade the district's ability to deliver proper legal attention and oversight to a public election, the people grade you a D+. Parents across the district consistently said that proper and adequate oversight, clear communication, and consistent guidance and training, multiple avenues for voting are necessary to welcome full access to the ballot box. We urge CPS to adopt the community-informed recommendations and best practices found in our report for the next LSE election in 2022 and beyond. Further, we urge the adoption of the LSE elections policies and practices that clearly detail ethical obligations in accordance to the laws that govern the LSE election process. Thank you so much for the time to speak. Have a great day.
You too. Thank you very much. Thank you for your comments. We'll proceed, Mr. President, with the next speaker, Aisha Noble, speaker number 2, followed by speaker number 6, Anastasia Shapatel. Ms. Noble.
My name is Aisha Noble, and I am an incoming parent representative on the Pierce LSC, speaking on behalf of myself and many of our families in the Pierce community. Before I get into our statement regarding the recent LSC elections, I want to first address some news that has been brought to our attention. When parents submitted their intent to return forms, we were not advised that CPS employees were being encouraged to send their children to CPS schools 4 days a week across multiple pods, thereby potentially exposing thousands of primarily Black and Brown children and their families to COVID-19. We ask that CPS halt its plans to return to in-person learning in January and February, and instead work with local school councils, parents and community groups, and the Chicago Teachers Union to create a plan that is safe, equitable, and instills trust for all parties. Our school had an unusually high number of spoiled ballots, more than 50% of which belonged to parents following the instructions provided by the Office of LSE Relations. We remain concerned of additional irregularities and potentially misclassified votes in our election and ask that the following procedures are implemented for future elections. Broadcast messaging to encourage parents to nominate themselves and vote in LSE elections, an active phone line email address to respond to voter concerns within 24 hours, instructions and infographics on how to actually complete a ballot and folding procedures, additional blank ballots and envelopes provided for families who did not receive one via USPS, requirements that ballots dropped off by parents are time and date stamped by the LSE coordinator, provide a final tally on total ballots submitted, numbers deemed defective, and the associated reasons for the defective classification for every school, detailed contact tracing procedures that will be utilized for walk-in voters and judges potentially exposed to COVID-19. We trust that the Board of Ed and OLSCR will not find these changes burdensome in future LSC elections and will encourage all families and community members to participate in the democratic process going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Noble. Thank you for your comments. Mr. President, we'll proceed then with speaker number 6, Anastasia Shapatel, followed by speaker number 19, Carmen Holiday. Ms. Shapatel?
Greetings, everyone. I pray that you and your loved ones are safe and well. My name is Anastasia, or some call as well Anastasia Moselle Shapatel. I am the mother of 2 CPS children, as well as also one of my children is a diverse learner. I am also a newly elected LSC parent rep and PAC officer. I am also the great-granddaughter of Arthur J. Shapatel Sr., a labor and civil rights leader, as well as president of the New Orleans branch of NAACP from 1952 through 1962. While preparing to speak before you today, I am reminded of how my great-grandfather and ancestors diligently fought for equality in education and public schooling, as well as other civil rights issues in Louisiana. His collaborative partners and as well as also workers with him, including the legendary attorney Thurgood Marshall and many others, fought for many years for educational clarity as well as equality. That has been over 15 years ago since their protests against racial discriminations were published in the Library of Congress. And still today, many of our voices as parents, teachers, and community leaders are still not being heard in today's educational system. My heart is heavy today as I watch the unfair, unequal treatment and inconsistency of resources, thank you, and for resources for schools in Black and brown neighborhoods. And my number one question today for everyone is, including education, when does the safety and health of our children's lives actually matter? Thank you very much. I pray that everyone is well. My concern is the COVID-19 and bringing children back to school. Please, let's rethink this. Let's get parents together and let's come with a better solution. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. President, we'll proceed with the next speaker, speaker 19, Carmen Holiday, followed by speaker number 26, Evelyn Fields. Ms. Holiday? Ms. Holiday, if you can please unmute.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. You can proceed.
Oh, good morning. Thank you. Good morning, board members. My name is Carmen Holiday. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. My husband and I have 3 CPS children enrolled. I want to share with you how the principal's toxic behavior has gone on for so long, causing a climate of fear and demanding blind loyalty. For a better part of the year, I've written complaints about serious policy violations and nothing has been done. In fact, we've been told by CPS leaders that the principal is protected and that no complaints that we submit about her will be investigated. Some of those policy violations include disenrolling my and other children from the school unjustly without parents' knowledge, not following the IEP, removing children from their least restrictive environment and supports, negatively influencing the way my children and other children experience schooling activities in an effort to retaliate for our active engagement and previous complaints. The principal has stopped at nothing to bully and harass active parents and community members who dare ask valid questions and offer suggestions. Her unprofessionalism and conduct is known widely. During public meetings, she has resulted related to demeaning characterizations of myself and other parents, caregivers, and community members as disgruntled and malicious and quote unquote, you need to put on your big girl panties and watch what you say. An objective perception is that her comments were intentionally divisive towards parents and LSC members. The Office of LSC Relations and Chief of Network 10 and LSC facilitators have been made aware of ongoing issues and concerns with significant requests for support and remediation. To this day, we have not had support for the bullying and continual grossly unprofessional conduct. I feel that if our concerns were addressed and not ignored, the principal and her team would not have been able to unjustly influence or rig the recent LSC
Ms. Holliday,
election.
you have
The
30
process
seconds.
was full of questionable influence, where witnesses have stated that school staff tampered with votes, ballots, and showed a general lack of integrity. Again, I submitted election challenge to complain and have not heard back from CPS. I want to believe that the district does not ignore valid complaints around policy violations. I would like to formally request there be an investigation into the policy violations made by Ashburn Principal Jewel Diaz immediately. I would like to see and follow up for substantiated reports, not limited to intimidation, retaliation, and conduct that does not belong in the school. Her behavior has run too many students, families, and teachers away from the school. Thank you for your continued support and time. I look forward to hearing from you soon.
Thank you, Ms. Holliday. Our next speaker, Mr. President, is Speaker 26, please, Evelyn Field, followed by Speaker 28, Alyssa Bell. Ms. Field?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, Ms. Field, you can proceed.
Okay, great. Hello, my name is Evelyn Field. I'm an attorney with Chicago Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights. I'm here to discuss the 2020 local school council elections. In the weeks and months leading up to the LSC elections, we worked with community partners in advocating for a safe, fair, and accessible election process. Among other things, we asked CPS to clearly communicate its election plans to the public and to address obstacles to mail-in voting. Through our nonpartisan voter protection hotline, we heard of multiple issues with voting on November 18th and 19th. For example, several schools had no-show election judges without a backup plan. Ineligible staff or untrained persons filled in for election judges, creating further problems. On December 1st, when ballots were counted, our hotline once again lit up. At one school, the election judge rejected an overwhelming majority of the ballots cast. We understand that CPS later instigated a recount for less than half of these ballots. However, the rest were never examined for reasons that remain unclear. Voters were not notified or given due process to challenge the rejection. We don't know how many voters were disenfranchised because of rejected mail-in ballots citywide, because our FOIA requests were denied. We appreciate CPS's efforts to adopt mail-in ballots and widespread curbside voting during the pandemic. Mail-in ballots are a crucial tool for making voting more accessible. We urge CPS to improve the process with clear rules that follow best practices for other Illinois elections. Improving the way election judges are assigned and trained can also prevent many issues we saw this year. Finally, transparency and public communication are key to building public trust in these elections. This, in turn, will encourage participation in future elections. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Field. Mr. President, we'll continue with the next speaker, please. Speaker number 28, Alyssa Bell, followed by speaker number 3, Deanne Owens. Ms. Bell? Ms. Bell, if you can please unmute.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, you can proceed. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. Good morning, board members. I'm Elisa Bell, and I'm a CPS mom to 3 precious children. I recently ran for LSC for the first time in order to encourage transparency and parent involvement in the decisions made at my children's school. However, on behalf of myself and other parents, we were very disheartened to learn that while we ran and or voted in the LSC election, there wasn't more protection of ballots, and the election therefore lacked integrity. Let me explain a little more. First, there was no way of confirming that our mail-in ballots made it to the school okay. Stakeholders voted by mail for the first time, and we needed a call, an email, a text, something to confirm reception of ballot and to know that the process was a credible one. We received none. Second, there was a conflict of interest in who handled election ballots. At our school, one clerk with loyal ties to our school's principal and an LSC candidate herself received in-person drop-off ballots. She's already distrusted by many parents, so this was unacceptable. In addition, our school's parent coordinator, also with ties to the principal, did not allow poll watchers to view ballots during ballot count. Instead, she insisted that we maintain a safe distance, but didn't offer an alternative. What was the purpose of us being poll watchers then? Third, during ballot counting, there was no election judge certification made known to poll watchers. When our election judge was a no-show, the parent coordinator recruited a school security officer to help verify and count ballots. He seemed confused and required a lot of guidance. Last, I saw that many ballots were found defective for simple mistakes, and I questioned how much this could have been prevented if the ballots had just been translated into Spanish for Spanish-speaking parents. You know, I believe that the LSC election should have strong integrity. The members of the
Ms.
LSC
Bell,
are
you have 30
responsible for
seconds.
voting on many important decisions, including evaluating the school principal. I believe we can do better. I'm asking for you to consider making the following changes to help make LSC elections credible and purposeful. 1, provide live orientation to LSC candidates and empower them with the knowledge of their rights. 2, permit only trained election judges and non-LSC candidates to handle the ballots. 3, translate ballots. 4, mandate LSCs to have transparency in all election protocol. 5, mandate a Q&A session for all LSC candidate forums. And 6, provide more in-depth training to new LSC members. Thank you for hearing me out and have a wonderful day.
Thank you, Ms. Bell. We'll proceed, Mr. President, with the next speaker. Speaker number 3, please. Dion Owens. If you can please unmute. Dion Owens. Thank you. I see you. Can you please proceed? Dion Owens, please unmute. You're on mute. Please unmute. You can proceed. We'll proceed, Mr. President. We're having some technical issues with that speaker. We'll proceed with speaker number 4, Fong Nyan, followed by speaker number 13, Chastity Neal.
Good morning, board members and all participants. I hope you can hear me well.
Yes, please proceed.
Yeah, thank you so much. So I'm Fong Nguyen. I'm currently a resident in the Chicago teacher residency of the Academy for Urban School Leadership, and I'm teaching special education for 4th graders at Piccolo School of Excellence. Thank you for having me. So the reason that I'm on the call today because I want to provide some support for my program, the AUSL CTR program, because with the hope that AUSL will receive a stronger and more public attention and support. So I came to know AUSL CTR when I decided to become a teacher, and I want to make a change that I always thought that only educators could bring about. And I was looking for a way to become an effective teacher that contributes to equity in education. And really, AUSL CTR brought me hope. And so the program provides a 1-year training in the classroom with a mentor teacher, alongside with 1 year doing a master's degree at DePaul University in education, and which is a perfect combination that I was looking for to help me apply what I learned in school right in the classroom. And the network of like-minded people really provide me with a strong support and to become effective teachers and become prepared before I have my own classroom in the future. And also, what I really like about AUSL CTR is that they provide intensive training to equip resident teachers like me with the mindset and skills to be culturally competent and gender responsive, to ensure equitable access to high quality education to all of our students.
You have 30 seconds.
Yeah, so all of that being said, I would highly recommend AUSL CTR to anyone who's passionate about education and who wholeheartedly believe that in equity for education and want to fight for it. So I just want to say that thank you so much for ongoing support of the AUSL CTR program, and I really hope that the Board of Education still continue to support us and to so that we can grow stronger and have more effective teachers. Thank you so much for having me, and have a wonderful holidays.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. We'll proceed, Mr. President, with the next speaker, speaker number 13, Chastity Neal, followed by speaker 27, Justice Turner. Ms. Neal? Ms. Neal, if you can please unmute.
Awesome. I think I'm unmuted now. Can you hear me?
We can hear you and you can proceed. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So hello, Board of Education members, and thank you for having me this morning. My name is Chastity Neal, and I too am a resident of AUSL Chicago's teacher residency. I currently teach primary grades 1st through 4th at National Teachers Academy, where I am an ELA and a math instructor. I also study special education full-time at the master's level at DePaul University. I myself am a product of CPS, attending both Crown Elementary and George W. Collins High School in the North Lawndale community, where my family has grown here for 5 generations. Being introduced to the CTR program, I feel like it is definitely trying to create a lot of sustainable opportunities for Black and Brown or diverse students in general in the city of Chicago. Myself, being a product of CPS, I come from Beta Club, Principal Scholars, National Honor Society, athletics, arts, and dance. A lot of those things I've noticed that the city is kind of lacking. I see, AUSL has been trying to implement them in different ways, learning vocational skills and opportunities that kids are interested in, trying to implement them into the school. A few years ago, I was actually recruited as at AmeriCorps Vista, working on creating sustainable programs around community and economic development. And this actually helped me understand my yearning or wanting to be a teacher and an educator in my own community. The tools governed throughout this experience helped me understand my purpose and how much I wanted to bring awareness and sustainability to where I grew up in, which is North Lawndale. So far, I've learned that AUSL and CTR look to create sustainable academic solutions for at-risk youth in Chicago public schools. The curriculum is one thing, but the social, emotional awareness and engagement from the top down has been gracious. I am honored to be a part of such a diverse learning program, originally in my hometown, servicing locations in my own community and others that are in need. I learned I've been teaching in everything that I do. Just having the mentorship and having the opportunity to be a part of this, I would absolutely recommend this program, as they like to recruit Black, Brown, and others that are very interested and passionate about education. And so again, please provide more support to AUSL CTR throughout this city. And thank you all for having me this morning.
Thank you, Ms. Neal. Mr. President, we'll continue with the next speaker, speaker 27, Justice Turner, followed by speaker number 5, Gregory White. Ms. Turner?
Good morning. Can everybody hear me okay?
Oh, yes. Thank you. Please proceed.
Perfect. My name is Justice Turner, and I just want to thank you all for having me first and foremost. I'm here to share a little bit about my experience with the CTR AUSL program. A little bit about me. I'm a career changer. I served in the United States Army, Missouri National Guard for 6 years. And I gained a strong commitment to equity through working with equity programs through the United States Army. And I became more committed to community education through that experience, which led me to AUSL. I've worked in all types of different arenas and tried to get away from education, and it kept pulling me back. And so I'm honored to be a part of the AUSL program, which is kind of a continuation of my commitment to equity. It's super, exciting and awesome to be part of a program like AUSL that helps us commit to developing young minds to tackle the issues of today. And so I just wanted to come on and share a little bit about my positive experience, and hope that you all continue your support for the AUSL program. It's super valuable, especially right now as we're navigating the space that we are in this country. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Turner. We'll continue, Mr. President, with speaker number 5, please, Gregory White, followed by speaker number 7, Mark Hospanich. Mr. White?
Good morning. I'm Greg White, the CEO of Learn Charter School Network. We operate 7 pre-K through 8th grade schools on the west and south sides. And since we're celebrating our 20th anniversary, I want to share with you the success of our students and alum. When our students graduate from 8th grade, our relationship does not end. We support them through high school and college. We track their progress through the National Student Clearinghouse. I'm here to share some really great news. To date, 31% of our alum have earned a bachelor's degree, a rate 8 points above the national average for all students of all races and income. Our alum have more than closed the achievement gap. They have crushed it. Learn has achieved this outcome while serving a disproportionate high percentage of Chicago's Black and low-income students, and our alumni success is built on 2 key pillars: academic rigor and social-emotional support. Learn has always been at the forefront of addressing children's emotional and psychological health, including providing at least 1, and in some cases 2 social workers at each school. Regarding COVID, I'm enormously proud of Learn's team and scholars and their response to this COVID-19 pandemic. 100% of our Learn teachers are conducting synchronous learning, and on average, 95% of our Learn students are in daily attendance for our remote instruction. Please know that the I&I CPS staff has been great throughout this COVID crisis. You have provided access to Chromebooks, PPE, constant communications, and guidance. Thank you for this very positive and productive partnership. Let me end by saying Learn's contract with the district is up for renewal. I believe that we've been good partners and served Chicago's families well over the last 20 years. We enjoy significant support from our families and political leaders. We have strong academic performance. I pray that you and your families have a healthy and happy holiday season.
Thank you, Mr. White. Mr. President, before we continue with the next speaker, we'll go back to the technical issue speaker that we had earlier. Deanne Owens is back on. If you can please unmute.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. You can proceed, Mr. Owens. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Deion Owens, and I currently serve as the assistant principal at North Lawndale College Prep Collins campus on Chicago's west side, serving 98% low-income student population. At the genesis of the COVID-19 pandemic, we as a leadership team took all steps to ensure we created a robust virtual learning platform, but in being responsive to the academic needs of our scholars and community, we polled parents and opted to offer a hybrid platform for this school year because we saw the difficulty in engaging scholars, ensuring rigor, collecting adequate data to track student progress. Most importantly, we saw the desire from families for their school to open. For our fall semester, 50% of parents opted for a hybrid model, so we prepared this school for just that. What we have learned through data, but we could deduce through knowledge of the community, is that what we know is that virtual learning is not what is best for our students. Our hybrid students who attend school are twice more likely to complete their classes than their virtual counterparts, and the daily attendance rate for hybrid scholars averages 15% above that of virtual students. To this extent, we have opened a learning lab in our building for virtual scholars who need to be in a school environment to get work and assistance. And of the 50% of our population that occupies the virtual platform, we have seen 20% of scholars take advantage of the lab. Our students need their schools open and readily available to mitigate the many issues they face during this unprecedented time. To address these challenges, we implemented an advisory curriculum in addition to an additional class at each grade level that promotes social-emotional learning and provides a space for scholars to engage with their different emotions. For staff, we have given hazard pay, increased access to counseling, gym membership, and of course, unlimited snacks. For the second semester, NLCP families are opting to add an additional 10% of the student population to the hybrid platform because of these successes we have seen. For a population often ostracized and disenfranchised, education is the tool that will alter their life's trajectory. This pandemic has interrupted the lived experience of everyone in the nation, but with proper implementation and dedication from the right leaders, our students' education do not have to be the entity most affected. Our students' futures depend on the decisions made by the leaders who have been put in place to serve them in the most equitable way. Please do what is best for Chicago scholars. Thank you and happy holidays.
Thank you, Mr. Owens. Thank you for your comments. We'll proceed, Mr. President, with the next speaker. Speaker number 7, please. Mark Ho Supanich, followed by speaker number 9, Courtney Retzma.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. I'm Mark Hosapanich. I'm a proud Suter Montessori parent. I'm speaking today because I believe the reopening plan will fail in its fundamental duty to keep children, staff, and teachers safe. The scientific consensus is that COVID-19 transmission is primarily airborne. The reopening plan has not been adapted to reflect that fact. The CDC and EPA both highlight the critical role that MERV 13 or better filters can play in ventilation systems to mitigate airborne transmission. Unfortunately, the Director of Operations for Facilities for CPS has confirmed that upgrading filters in existing mechanical ventilation units is not part of the unsafe reopening plan, and instead they will focus on maximizing air exchanges while not even pursuing increased filtration options. The existing filters at my son's school and across the city do not meet the EPA or CD recommendations for virus filtration, yet there are no plans to upgrade them. If a detailed assessment of the capabilities of the system showed that they could not handle increased filtration capabilities, that would be one thing. But I am aware of no efforts to assess the increased ventilation options in each room. Yes, upon reopening, the rooms may have standalone air filters, but consider this scenario, which could happen in my son's early childhood classroom during unmasked nap time. An asymptomatic COVID-positive child sleeping near the air intake of a fixed air handler breathes the virus out, which is then sucked into the system, mixed with some outside air, and then distributed back out into the classroom. How many other children will be exposed to the virus until a large percentage of those particles are eventually captured by the standalone air purifier? Wouldn't it be safer and a reasonable precaution to pursue installation of the EPA and CDC recommended filters? If a study has been completed showing the planned approach is as safe as improving filtration, please provide it to the public. Or if some air handlers can't take the better filters, at least tell us and consider not using those rooms. Without that information, we can only assume that shortcuts and cost considerations take precedence over safety. Would you put your child in that nap room? Would you take the place of the teacher or the teacher's aide watching over those children while they nap? CPS claims that every measure possible is being taken with regard to ventilation to ensure for safe classrooms. So why is CPS ignoring the guidance from the CDC and EPA and not even exploring filter upgrades? CPS must keep its work and upgrade the air filters now. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We'll proceed, Mr. President, with the next speaker, please. Courtney Retzema, speaker number 9, followed by speaker number 10, Andrew Broy. Ms. Retzema?
Hi, my name is Courtney Retzema. I'm a parent of 3 CPS students at Newfield Primary School, where I'm also a parent representative on the LSC. At a time when, as a parent, we truly want to feel like CPS has the safety and well-being of our children at heart, the feeling I get is far from that. Instead, I'm filled with distrust and fear that decisions being made by CPS are not being made through a lens of equity, and that the current goals of CPS are not safeguarding our children and communities. I've participated in both town halls hosted by Newfield and the question and answer session with Dr. Awady hosted by CPS. At each of these meetings, I've asked a question regarding CPS's criteria for reopening. Earlier this year, CPS stated that a positivity rate at or below 4% was required to consider a return to in-person learning. Now, positivity rates are well above that threshold. They've reached double digits in some neighborhoods. Yet we are being asked to send our children back and forcing teachers and staff to return. In these meetings I attended, I heard no clear answers from CPS to the most basic questions that we have as parents. Instead, I heard CPS Chief Health Officer Dr. Kenneth Fox respond flippantly to parents' concerns by stating, quote, "There is no such thing as a world without risk," end quote. Speaking as a parent, is this honestly the best message CPS can offer us during a global pandemic? To take this risk? To send our youngest and most medically fragile children into schools in January when the board meeting is not being conducted in person due to the risks involved? And for what? We are told this is best for our children because of the way they learn. I have 2 pre-K students. CPS is trying to convince us that 4-year-olds who research has proven learn through play will be better off being inside a classroom where they have to remain seated in a desk 6 feet away from anyone in a mask for a 7-hour day. We are kidding ourselves if we think school will be normal for any of our children right now. There will be no toys, no activity centers, no hugs from teachers when a child is upset or scared. As a parent, I am lucky enough to decide whether my children will return to school in January. And each time I express a concern or ask a question, I am quickly reminded of this fact. As a member of the LSC, I am speaking today on behalf of the teachers and staff who are not being given the same choice. Return to school should be done only when it is safe and when there is trust among all stakeholders. As a member of the community, I'm demanding that the board make the lives of our students, staff, educators, and families a priority and only consider a return to school when it is safe for everyone and not a calculated risk. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ritsema. Thank you for your comments. We'll proceed, Mr. President, with speaker number 10, please, Andrew Broy, followed by speaker number 14, Allison Levinsky. Mr. Broy?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Good morning. Andrew Broy, head of the Illinois Network of Charter Schools. I know that we are in extraordinary times, and we appreciate all that you've done to steer CPS thoughtfully through this ongoing and unprecedented pandemic. In that spirit, I want to share with you two contributions INCS and the charter school community has made. First, we were proud to establish the INCS COVID Relief Fund. This fund distributed cash grants to charter families across the city to assist with immediate needs like food, rent, medicine, and other necessities. We allocated individual $1,000 grants to all 99 charter school families that applied through this fund. In addition, through a partnership with FEMA, we also provided 25,000 reusable masks and other protective equipment to dozens of our member schools. These are being used every day by charter teachers and administrators across the city. Second, as you wrestle with the challenging reopening decision, we want to note that a number of our member schools have been open in a hybrid fashion since August. For example, as you've heard today, North Lawndale College Prep used a collaborative model with families and decided to adopt a hybrid in-person model. To date, North Lawndale has been able to maintain safety protocols and serve its school community with in-person instruction. Most important, they have had no cases of COVID transmission in the school and have been able to maintain social distance. It can be done. This is not simply theoretical. The question we should be asking is how to safely open, not whether to safely open. We live in a city that reversed a river, invented the skyscraper, electrified Southern blues, and won a football game on Sunday. Surely we can do this. Our children deserve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Broy. Thank you for your comments. We'll continue, Mr. President, with speaker number 14, Allison Levinsky, followed by speaker 21, Nicole Pittman. Ms. Levinsky?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Allison Levinsky. I'm a parent of a 1st and 5th grader currently enrolled in CPS. Families are tired of the false dichotomy created between the needs of the CTU and CPS families. Teachers and families want the same thing, a transparent, equitable, and safe plan to get our kids back to school when the time is right. CPS has not provided a comprehensive plan that demonstrates the infrastructure necessary to make this happen. As a parent, I believe the questions posed by the CTU are reasonable, and their concerns are concerns for the entire community, not just for teachers. Regarding safety, why doesn't the CPS plan include a frequent rapid response testing of teachers and students like that in use at many other institutions? Why will persons entering schools not be tested for fever at point of entry as is standard in buildings throughout Chicago? CPS claims that air purification systems will be installed in every classroom, but this simply has not happened in many schools, including my own. Why isn't CPS incorporating widely accepted public health statistics like positivity rate into the plan? Regarding equity, how will teachers manage simultaneous instruction? Today, my children have the undivided attention of their amazing teachers. All of our children lose in a simultaneous instruction model. If students are already falling behind, why throw further chaos into the system through an ill-advised teaching methodology? CPS argues that the most vulnerable must return as an equity imperative.
but their own survey results show that minority and low-income families are far less likely to return to hybrid learning than
You have 30 seconds.
than their affluent white peers. Misrepresenting a purported benefit to the most vulnerable to support an agenda is not equity. A return plan does little to help the vulnerable if CPS has failed to build the trust necessary to see it through. CPS families want to see CPS and the CTU work together to model collaboration, creativity, honesty, and compassion. These attributes will engender the trust of the broader community and guide us towards a safe and equitable return for more students, including my own children. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker, Mr. President, is speaker number 21, please, Nicole Pittman, followed by speaker 22, Celeste Adame. Ms. Pittman?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please. Please
Hello.
proceed.
Yes, my name is Nicole Pittman, and I'm the mother of a kindergartner at South Loop Elementary School. Let me start by saying I understand that a pandemic is a lose-lose situation. There are no winners here, and there's also no one-size-fits-all solution. We've all entered into this pandemic with a unique set of circumstances, including the possibility of pre-existing health concerns for a child or someone in the family, family dynamics and living situation, career situation, financial situation, faith, emotional state, anxiety levels, and et cetera, et cetera. I completely understand that someone else's circumstances is not mine. However, understanding all of that I mentioned prior, I'm in full support of in-person learning. Since the onset of the school year, my daughter actually is in a socially distanced learning pod that exercises the same practice that I'm sure CPS will be adopting to ensure that the safety of our children. I'm fully confident that the social distancing safety measures, with protecting the health of students and the staff and meeting the academic, social, and emotional needs of the students will be met by CPS. I close my statement with being in full favor of the slow return to in-person learning. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pittman. Thank you for your comments. We'll proceed, Mr. President, with the next speaker. Speaker number 22 then, Celeste Adame, followed by speaker number 23, Jenny Pinedo. Ms. Adame? Señora Adame? Señora Adame?
Sí, buenos días.
Sí, puede seguir.
Buenos días.
Sí, la escuchamos.
Gracias. Sí, buenos días. Mi nombre es Celeste Adame. Soy mamá de 3 estudiantes de CPS en las escuelas Dr. Jorge Prieto Math and Science Academy de 3er y 6º grado y de la High School Prócer. Tengo un niño en 9º grado en el área de Belmont Craigie. Yo soy de las personas que piensa que la educación es muy importante en la vida del ser humano, que es primordial que los niños empiecen su enseñanza desde el prekinder hasta llegar a la universidad. No hay nada más importante para los padres que los hijos estudien, que se preparen para un buen futuro. Pero en esta ocasión estoy en desacuerdo que mis hijos regresen a la escuela, ya que estamos en una de las zonas más afectadas. ¿Cuál es la garantía que nos dan que nuestros hijos no se podrán contagiar o traer el virus a sus padres, hermanos, abuelos o a sus maestras? Ya sabemos que hay muchas personas asintomáticas. Entonces, ¿cómo se darán cuenta si un niño va contagiado? Es imposible tener a un niño con un cubrebocas por 7 horas seguidas. Como madre lo digo, mis hijos no aguantan la mascarilla ni media hora. ¿Cómo harán para tomar su desayuno, su almuerzo? ¿Quién se asegurará que se laven bien las manos, que usen desinfectante? ¿Cómo quieren que los niños de prekinder y los niños de clases especiales estén en un salón si son los estudiantes que más atención necesitan? La educación es importante, pero la salud de mis hijos es más importante. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, señora Adame. Mr. President, we'll have our translator, Jessica Chu.
Hi, my name is Celeste Adame. I'm a mother of a 3rd, 6th, and 9th grader that go to Prieto and Prosser Elementary Schools in Belmont Craigie. I think education is very important in our lives, and that it's essential that kids start their education from pre-K to college. As parents, there's nothing more important than their kids preparing for their own future with a good education. But in this case, I disagree with sending my kids back to school since we live in a community of high transmission. How can you ensure that kids won't get the virus and won't get their family members and teachers infected? Taking into consideration that there are a lot of asymptomatic people, how will you know if a kid is infected or not? It's hard for kids to wear a mask for 7 hours straight. As a mom, I know this because my kids can't even wear one for half an hour. How are kids going to eat their breakfast and lunch? Who will ensure that they wash their hands thoroughly or that they use hand sanitizer? How would pre-K and diverse learners be in a classroom when they are the ones that need the most care? Education is important, but my kids' health is even more important. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. Mr. President, we'll proceed with the next speaker then, please. Speaker number 23, Yenny Pinedo, followed by speaker 25, Amina Baker. Señora Pinedo.
Sí, buenos días.
Sí, la escuchamos.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Jenny Pinedo. Tengo dos hijas en las escuelas públicas, específicamente Prieto y Prócer, al noroeste de la ciudad. Estoy muy preocupada por la decisión que tomaron en CPS para regresar los estudiantes a las escuelas. Las escuelas por lo regular son un centro de contagio de cualquier virus. Y no solo porque las escuelas siempre están muy sucias, pero también porque están llenas de niños. Y los niños lo menos que piensan es en ponerse una máscara o limpiar sus manos constantemente con hand sanitizer o alejarse de los demás estudiantes, porque son niños y los niños no piensan en lo que está bien o está mal. Ellos solo quieren compartir con sus amigos. Sé que estarán encerrados en un salón por 7 horas sin salir de él. ¿Cómo garantizarán la salud mental de ellos cuando vean que no podrán hacer nada? Dijeron que abrirán ventanas para que fluya el aire. ¿Cómo harán eso en pleno invierno? ¿Cómo van a trabajar con estudiantes cuando se contagien con COVID y estos vayan y contagien a su familia? Creo que no han tomado muchas cosas en consideración. No puede ser más importante una barra o un restaurante que una escuela que está llena de estudiantes. No es lógico, están poniendo en riesgo no solo a los estudiantes, pero a toda la familia. Recuerden que nosotros vivimos en las áreas más afectadas, más altas por contagio de COVID y no están tomando eso en consideración. Muchísimas gracias.
Mr. President, we'll have our translator proceed. Jessica, please.
Hi, my name is Jenny Pinedo. I have 2 daughters that go to Prieto and Prosser Elementary Schools on the northwest side. I'm very concerned about CPS's decision on reopening schools. Schools are usually sources of transmission because they're dirty and full of students. Also, kids only think of spending time with their friends. They don't really think of wearing masks, cleaning their hands with hand sanitizer, or socially distancing from others. I know students will be in their classrooms for 7 straight hours. How can you ensure their mental health when they learn that they won't be able to do anything else other than stay in their classrooms? CPS also mentioned about opening windows to ensure better ventilation, but how would this work during the winter? How would you work with students if they got COVID and infected their family members? Even bars and restaurants are closed. Why are these places being taken more seriously than schools full of students? It's not logical. CPS is putting students and their families in risk. When deciding on your reopening plan, please consider all these aspects and the fact that many of us live in communities of high transmission. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. Mr. President, we'll continue with the next speaker, speaker 25, Amina Baker. Ms. Baker? Ms. Baker, if you can please unmute.
Hello, yes, good morning, is everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, Ms. Baker, please proceed. Thank you.
No problem. Hello, good morning to the members of the board here, Ms. Jackson, and all of my fellow PAC and LSC members. Thank you all for having me speak this morning. It is truly appreciated, and I am glad to be a voice of parents here on the meeting. Now, today I do represent a few. I wear many hats throughout the schools. I represent South Shore International College Prep High School. I have a junior there. I have a freshman at the Air Force Academy, and also a second grader at Burnside Scholastic Academy, where I serve as the third-year parent advisory chair. Now, my views are a little bit different, I see, than some that I have heard speak today. But one of the most important things that I really want to say is that I think that it is important that we have options available. If there are parents that would not like to send their children back to school, that is understandable. And I think that there should be options available for the parents to keep their children remotely. But I believe that it's very, very important that we do have measures for the parents who do want their children to end up back in the school building. I know that it is hard for us to talk about certain things, but there are, and I believe in all cases, as far as our children, there are some families that are dealing with different circumstances. They may have lack of food. There may be some different abuses going on within the home. And some families, I believe, I don't want to say the word selfish, but it kind of does seem selfish to me on both parts, coming from our parents, coming from some of our teachers, and also the administrators. I think that if there are parents that feel that their children will not be safe going back to school, then that is their personal opinion.
Ms. Baker, you have 30 seconds.
Me, myself, I feel like it should be open for children to get out of certain situations, out of certain environments, and be able to attend into that school building. In my PAC meetings, I have been doing surveys with the teachers to find out their biggest concern, and their biggest concern for having their children in the building is just making sure that everyone understands the importance of safety. We have to make sure that our children are not sent to school ill, but it has to have that option available for the parents that absolutely need their children to be able to attend school. That option needs to be there for them, and they need to be able to get into that building. And if there are teachers that are opposed to it, let those teachers stay the online teachers, and the teachers who are open to getting back in the school building, let's have them inside. We just have to have this option available. Thank you all. Thank you all so much, and we thank you personally from Burnside Scholastic Academy.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Thank you for your comments. Mr. President, we'll continue with the next speaker, please. Speaker number 29, followed by speaker number 8, Jonas Cleves. Speaker 29.
Thank you. We are so grateful for the excellent teachers and staff at my child's school, and it's critical their health be protected as we move to in-person learning. I trust CPS will delay if case numbers don't improve. My child will happily return to class, as will the vast majority of students at our school. So many parents strongly support the reopening plan, but are afraid to speak up for fear of offending the teachers. I firmly believe in unions, but am disappointed by the extreme positions CTU is taking. Last Friday, its vice president denied scientific evidence on the relatively low risk of transmission in schools. She also failed to acknowledge the crisis of learning loss in children falling behind. In fact, she called it a myth. This denial, in the face of reason, is outrageous and will cause CTU to lose support amongst the majority of parents who believe we can have a common sense approach to reopening that keeps everyone safe, something done at schools here in Chicago and across the world. CTU must shift from intransigence to accepting that children must return to school and offer constructive plans for how to do it safely. And CPS must show flexibility in supporting creative proposals in a can-do spirit, accepting local ideas and help from parents and community, and bending the bureaucracy. Maybe this means a shortened in-person day from 8:30 to 12:30 if lunch in school is too risky. If there's concern about ventilation, let's keep those windows cracked, even if it means gloves and coats in class. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Parents can help with temperature checks. Private donations can be sought for funds to provide any extra items needed to make this work. Finally, I strongly oppose CTU's proposal to improve remote learning by decreasing live instruction by 1 hour. This is time my child is engaged in learning the most. Kids don't need another hour on apps. Education is essential, and teachers must join in-person workers in healthcare, public safety, retail, daycare, and their union brethren across city and state government, all who provide services teachers also benefit from, in as safe a manner as possible. I implore Chicago media to provide in-depth coverage of both sides of this issue to educate the population. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Mr. President, speaker number 8, please, Jonas Cleves, followed by speaker number 16, Maria Isabel Cabrera. Mr. Cleves?
Yes, can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, please. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Jonas Cleves, and I'm a CPS graduate, Southside native, Army veteran, principal of Johnson College Prep, and advocate for students in the greater Inglewood community. Since opening in 2010, Johnson College Prep has produced over 1,000 graduates who have earned academic scholarships in excess of $152 million. As one of 18 Noble campuses, we operate with an aligned vision of ensuring that all students have an equitable and positive school experience that equips them to succeed on the path of their choice, leading to our ultimate goal of 75% of our alumni completing college. We also understand that the actualization of this vision is contingent upon our commitment to consistently analyze practices that may have previously alienated families. Since taking the helm at Johnson in June of 2019, our retention rate has improved by 9 percentage points from the previous year. We have also introduced a financial literacy and entrepreneurship program that will position our students to be players and not spectators in the revitalization of this community. I share this today because in the midst of so much bad news in Chicago and around the country about COVID, it's important to remember just how much good is happening in our city and in Inglewood. Any family who chooses to enroll their scholar at Johnson College Prep or any Noble campus can expect us to engage their student with love, high expectations, and high support. This mindset has been especially critical during this pandemic, which has further peeled back layers of inequity that remain prevalent in our society today.
Mr.
Like
Cleves,
many
you
of
have
you,
30
we have
seconds.
provided our students with the tools necessary to support remote learning during COVID-19. Additionally, we have also distributed 600,000 meals to community members since March, addressed quality of life needs amongst our families, and on the worst day of their lives, we have helped relieve our families of the financial stress of COVID-related funeral expenses. We do not believe that love, high expectations, and high support should be exclusive to Noble students alone. We are open to collaborating and sharing practices that benefit all students, as some of them will one day occupy the roles we all currently hold. Thank you so much for your time, and have a great afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Cleves. Thank you for your comments. Mr. President, we'll proceed with the next speaker, please. Speaker number 16, Maria Isabel Cabrera, followed by speaker 17, Elizabeth Frank. Ms. Cabrera? Ms. Cabrera, if you can please unmute.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Isabel Cabrera. I am a parent mentor in Avondale-Oakendale School with LSNA. The reason for my testimony today is to speak up and share how important it is for us parents to delay and push back the active test. At this moment, this could bring a lot of anxiety to our students, our families, as well as our community. We believe the vast majority of bilingual parents do not feel safe sending their kids into school buildings right now. So please do not pressure us to send our kids in to take this test. According to our circumstances, we know few parents will send their kids to take the test, and the results won't even be helpful or valid. We don't know how many CPS bilingual teachers feel safe working with kids in school buildings. So please don't threaten teachers about issues of health and safety. Least of all, for a standardized test. Bilingual education needs more support. Let's talk about how to improve remote learning for bilingual students instead of tests that are not relevant. Most of all, that means more bilingual teachers, teaching and working with families, not proctoring exams.
It will take bilingual coordinators 2 months to administer the access test, and there are so many better ways we want them to spend their time and energy. Let teachers teach. When students take tests, they are not getting instruction. Let families stay fully remote. Please
Ms. Cabrera,
don't
you have 30
introduce any
seconds.
more chaos into this school year that you need to. Everything that affects our students affects our communities in general. We are in the middle of a pandemic, and everything that is trying to push forward against those circumstances will be hurtful. Thank you, and have a good day.
Thank you, Ms. Cabrera. Thank you for your comments. We'll proceed, Mr. President, with the next speaker, 17, Elizabeth Frank, followed by speaker 18, Jaime Sanchez. Ms. Frank? Ms. Frank, if you can please unmute. Ms. Frank? Ms. Frank, if you can please unmute. We'll continue with the next speaker, Mr. President. She dropped off. We'll proceed then with speaker 18, Jaime Sanchez. Mr. Sanchez?
Yes, hello. This is Principal Sanchez. I'm helping technically for our LSC president, Ms. Emma Ducto.
Good morning.
Excuse me, Principal Sanchez, you can't cede your time to another speaker, so you would need to address the board.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to, in support of our LSC, technically in this new process I want to thank the board for taking time today. As a member of the LSC council, the president is asking for the Board of Education to consider the relocation or co-location of North River Elementary. We are asking for consideration to ensure that the students are guaranteed equal access and shared amenities that are found as standard in other CPS schools. North River School is currently located in Albany Park, and it is leased space through the Archdiocese of Chicago. We have determined that the school facility does not mean equal access to support and services found as common in CPS across the school. Secondly, under the current health and safety consideration established, we find our community is significantly at greater risk due to access to shared spaces and contractual limitations. In essence, our students do not have equal access to a healthy and safe modern learning environment that is designed to help grow academically, physically, and creatively. We have presented our concerns and have the full backing and support of our Alderman Susana Rodriguez.
Principal Sanchez, you have 30 seconds.
The key points that illustrate this is that the school is not currently ADA accessible. The school has absolutely no green space in any of its spaces. The school does not have any gym. It does not have a gym, has a hall. There is no auditorium in the building, and there is no playground equipment for students. That being said, we are asking for the board and present our concerns so that way they can be a consideration for a co-location or relocation of North River Elementary School. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Sanchez. Mr. President, we'll go back to Elizabeth Frank, please. Speaker 17, Ms. Frank.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Okay, sorry about that. Good morning. My name is Elizabeth Frank. I'm here representing the Chicago chapter of Veterans for Peace with petition. The petition asks that the directory and recruiter opt-out information sheet or opt-out form be included with the fall registration materials for all CPS public school students and distributed in the same manner that each school provides families with other forms distributed at the start of the school year. Also, that the form be made available in multiple languages. And lastly, that the directory and recruiter opt-out information sheet should be posted by the start of the school year on the district's own Back to School Packets page, along with the December 1st deadline for submission. It's still not there, by the way, and it's today, the 16th. The organizations that have signed on to this request include Chicago Teachers Union, Illinois Families for Public Schools, Raise Your Hand for Illinois Public Education, Parents for Teachers, Logan Square Neighborhood Association, Chicago Veterans for Peace, Tilson Alliance, SEIU Local Number 73, Cook County College Teachers Union, Caucus of Rank and File Educators, and Northside Action for Justice. We feel this is really a no-brainer. It's a matter of student privacy. Other schools have been handling the opt-out form in this matter for years, in some cases since it became law as part of the No Child Left Behind Act in 2001. The letter and my comments and related material were forwarded earlier, including my contact information if there's any follow-up questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Frank. Thank you for your comments. Mr. President, we'll continue with the speakers. We'll call speaker number 20, please, Michael O'Doherty, followed by speaker 24, Reba Caffarelli. Mr. O'Doherty? Mr. O'Doherty, if you can please unmute.
Hello.
We can hear you. You can proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Micheál O'Doherty and my two daughters attend Kellogg Elementary. CPS has stressed the importance of equity in spending between different regions, north and south side. There has, however, been consistent inequity in spending within regions. Let me share a tale of two schools. From 2011 to 2017, the Chicago School Board approved over $30 million in improvements to Mount Greenwood Elementary, 3 miles away from Kellogg. This included $2.28 million in 2015 for a 6-classroom modular that 2 years later was removed to make way for it. In this same time frame, Kellogg students and staff made do with an infrastructure dating largely from 1937. Students occupied and still occupy a 4-classroom annex that has been crumbling for years now. We don't know what's in the walls of that annex after years of visible decay. This is concerning at any time, much more so at a time where a return to school during a pandemic is on the cards. Our main building has significant issues. A single space acts as gymnasium, auditorium, and cafeteria, with an adjacent closet serving as a makeshift kitchen. Students often eat lunch at their desks as the space is needed for other purposes. I have nothing against the Mount Greenwood community. Those parents are as entitled to advocate for their kids as we are. However, there exists huge inequity in how our respective asks are addressed. Mount Greenwood asked, they got and got and got. We at Kellogg have been asking for a long time for help. A modern addition with 4 classrooms and a cafeteria.
Mr. O'Doherty, you have 30 seconds.
The logical and most cost-efficient future-proof solution to problems that have not been addressed for too long. We in the Kellogg community will continue to seek equity for our children. I hope our conversations lead us to a point where meaningful investment in our school is a reality, not a never-ending ask. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. O'Doherty. Mr. President, we'll proceed with the next speaker, speaker 24, Reba Caffarelli, followed by the last speaker on the speakers list, speaker number 30, Jennifer Jones. Ms. Caffarelli?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Reba Caffarelli, parent of a 3rd grade student at Kellogg Elementary and a 4-year-old who will enroll in fall 2022. I am proud to send my children to a level 1+ neighborhood school that values excellence and is truly a model of what a CPS neighborhood school can be. There is a wait list hundreds of students long who would like to attend our school. It is remarkable to note that this is true despite a long-term cycle of disinvestment in our facilities. Kellogg's modular was installed as a temporary solution to help expand capacity at the school. Yet, 20 years later, the walls crumble around my daughter and her classmates while they are learning. Meanwhile, the gym is pushed to the limit as it is asked to perform triple duty as a space for physical education classes, a cafeteria, and an auditorium. And because the main building is not ADA accessible, the 2nd floor is unusable for some. Since 2016, our parent community has made a coordinated and prolonged effort to advocate for the solution that we know will repair this deteriorating physical learning environment. We appreciate that CPS has committed to working with us on some issues, such as updating the 1930s era bathrooms.
But when it comes to our modular, we are only offered quick, short-term fixes. There is a better solution, and we should be working together to make it happen. We need a permanent addition to be built at Kellogg. Our need is urgent and it is clear, yet our pleas have been ignored time and time again. CPS says we aren't a candidate for this kind of investment because the school isn't over-enrolled, but the logic of that argument fails. I know parents who pay for private school rather than send their children to the extremely successful neighborhood option. Why is that?
Caffarelli,
Could
you
it be
have
that
30
they've heard?
seconds.
Could it be that they've heard that some Kellogg students went 2 years without gym class because of our facilities? Or that they see the drab, cracked modular and don't want to put their babies there? In the meantime, by not addressing this, you are shortchanging our deserving enrolled students. Short-term stopgap measures are not enough. On behalf of the entire school community, I urge you to break the cycle of inaction and invest in an addition at Kellogg. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Caffarelli. We'll proceed, Mr. President, with the last speaker on the speakers list, please. Speaker number 30, Jennifer Jones. Ms. Jones, if you can please unmute.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, please. Please proceed.
Hello, I'm Jennifer Jones, a 10-year CPS parent of 2. Currently, I'm active in the Sex Ed Works Coalition and a supporter and ally to the caregivers, youth, and educators from Chicago's South and West Sides who have spearheaded this effort. As a collective, we recommend the board does not adopt the proposed sexual health education policy scheduled for vote today. A new policy should not pass until it includes overarching recommendations of over 200 people who submitted comments. This is especially critical given the district's history of rampant student sexual abuse. For us, this final draft raises a key question. Will this board listen to their community? The proposed policy does not respond to our collective feedback that caregivers must have access to resources like annual curriculum orientation and guidance to support discussion at home. A FOIA of CPS's 2018 Comprehensive Sex Ed Compliance showed that 70% of the youth who live in predominantly Black and Brown communities did not have access to sex ed as promised in CPS's policy. You can bet that many of those parents did not receive sex ed either. You can't make caregivers the primary educator of sex ed without resources. We also note the policy ignores our ask for educators to receive robust and frequent training. The proposed reduced 90-minute training certifying them to teach sex ed for 4 years is not sufficient. Educators must have up-to-date information during current evolution and understanding of gender and sexuality. Remember, only 5 years ago, the Supreme Court struck down the ban against same-sex marriage. Lastly, the policy requires special ed instructors. CPS doesn't have enough special ed teachers to meet current IEP minutes. How will they staff these sex ed positions? If you care about equity, youth, reducing gender-based violence, and improving school performance, then you will listen to your community when we say that this policy as is should not move forward today until it reflects our needs and voices. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Thank you for your comments. Mr. President, we'll proceed with 2 elected officials today. Representative Lindsay LaPointe from the 19th District, please, followed by Senator Robert Peters from the 13th District. Representative LaPointe.
Good afternoon. Checking that you can hear me.
Yes, please proceed, Representative. Thank you.
Thank you. I am Lindsay LaPointe, the state representative of the 19th House District, which covers much of the far northwest side of Chicago. I am a former social worker and a youth worker, and the time I spent working in a CPS school in Humboldt Park still guides me today. I am here today as an elected state representative of about 108,000 people who all desperately want things to get back to normal and who all desperately want to stop seeing their friends and family members in the ICU on ventilators and dying from COVID. Like most of us, they're scared, fatigued, stretched emotionally, and many are stretched financially. Teetering on the edge in many ways, but teetering on the edge in very different ways. As I've continued to say since March publicly, we are all in the same storm, but we are in very different boats. And I've also been saying, help if you can help, and ask for help if you need it. The educators and parents in my world are asking for help, and some of us are in a position to help. Despite all the different boats that we are in, every single one of us wants to get back to in-person school, and every single one of us wants to end the dying and sickness that we're seeing. With the vaccine finally out yesterday, we now have a dim light at the end of the tunnel, and we're now in a position to both thoughtfully get back to in-person schooling and end the ICUs and the deaths that we're seeing. We're positioned well, and yet without complete and direct clarity on safety standards, public health metrics, and safety preparations to the people with the most to lose, that is educators and students and their families, we're going to blow our positioning. We'll prolong these multiple crises that we're in, and we'll accelerate our current crisis of faith for so many that government actors cannot be trusted to make the best decisions for our collective well-being. The educators, students, and families that I represent are so desperate to go back to in-person schooling, but after CPS can demonstrate and truly show their work that safety concerns are taken seriously. So I'm here today to amplify those voices. On safety, we need clear public health metrics, including zip code level data. We need rapid testing in schools, and what the University of Illinois has done with more than 1 million tests and a 0.25% 7-day positivity rate is a great model. And we really need full-throated support for prioritization of educators for our new vaccine. Overall, we need to build trust, and this can come through the joint CTU-CPS Committee on COVID and the safety committees in each school that CTU is asking for. I've said in many public platforms over the last 8.5 months that we're dealing with multiple crises, and in many ways, they're intersecting right here at CPS, a public health crisis, an economic crisis, a systemic racial injustice crisis, and a crisis of faith of our government and politics. As an Illinois elected official with a relatively short tenure, I battle this distrust every day, and I have to wear the jacket for years of government action and inaction that has bred the mistrust. And as a relatively newer CPS board, I'm sure we share a lot of that in common. To help us get through these intersecting crises, I ask that by focusing on safety, communication, and engagement of the people with the most at stake, we take this moment to rebuild trust. I truly do thank all the board members and all the leaders at CPS for the time on the mic today, but also I thank every single one of you for your service to the city during our multiple crises. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative LaPointe. Mr. President, we'll continue then with Senator Robert Peters, please, from the 13th District. Senator Peters.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Senator, please proceed.
Yes. So good afternoon. This is Senator Robert Peters of the 13th District. My district goes from the Gold Coast along the lakefront south to the Indiana border. Let me start off by saying I credit my CPS school with helping save my life. I have ADHD. I was born deaf. I had developed a speech impediment, and my adopted mother was an alcoholic who struggled with so much. It was a very abusive and difficult time as a child. And when I think about equity, and I think about safety, and I think about our schools, I know this personally. It's not just that I know that student who struggles, but I am still that student to this day. I know people who have kids who are quarantining because someone in their class or space tested positive for COVID. And I want everyone to think of a kid at age 8 who got COVID and is asymptomatic and gets their grandparents sick with COVID in a neighborhood with high hospitalization and limited healthcare facilities. Students, no matter what happens, are going to have physical, social, and emotional needs that require schools to have nurses and social workers and rapid testing. Is it fair for a child to bear that guilt because of a decision made miles away? To bear it without the support that they need in their school? So many people want normalcy, but we can't rush our way through this. We must be intentional, collaborative, and humble. Safety and equity aren't talking points, but they are actions. So my request, just wait. State guidance encourages you to work with labor partners to come to an agreement on this. We are so close to this vaccine being broadly out there, a new administration, and warmer weather to help with mitigation efforts. There is no need to rush back and put so many people at risk. You, an unelected body, don't need this guilt on your shoulders. Nobody needs more guilt in this pandemic. So I ask again, just wait, because whether you are 8 or 58, we don't need that guilt and that pain in such a painful year. And I repeat, as a student whose life is the way it is because of their CPS school, I will always be a Ray warrior with pride. I'll go everywhere and say that. Let us not rush in this. Let us do this right. Let us work collaboratively, and let's make this happen. Thank you so much, and I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, Senator Peters. Mr. President, this does conclude public participation.
Thank you to all those who participated, including the elected officials we just heard from. Any questions or comments from board members regarding public participation? If not, at this time, we'll proceed.
President Ovalle, if you don't mind, I'd like to ask our Chief Facilities Officer, Clarence Carson, to address some of the claims regarding ventilation and indoor air quality that were raised by some of the speakers.
Please proceed.
All right, Clarence.
Hi, good morning, everyone. As our COO just alluded to, I'm Clarence Carson, the Chief Facilities Officer here at Chicago Public Schools. I wanted to highlight a few of the areas that were talked about today and how they wrap into our overall approach here for building readiness here at Chicago Public Schools. Essentially, they fold into 3 different areas. I'll make this brief. They fold into 3 different areas: our hand hygiene, respiratory hygiene, and our illness hygiene approach to our building readiness. That the points of the ventilation systems fold into our respiratory hygiene program and how we are managing that for readiness. Again, within that, we have our plexiglass barriers that are placed in all the spaces within the buildings as well, all the communal spaces. We also have, we are de-densifying classrooms to the amount of students that will be present, and also providing everyone cloth face coverings as well. We ordered over 1.2 million cloth face coverings for all the students and staff, which are presently inside the schools now waiting for staff when they return, students and staff when they return. We're more so focusing on the question regarding ventilation. That is a part of our engineering controls that we prioritize and put in place in all our schools as well. As you all are aware, we completed an indoor air quality assessment of all our buildings, as well as a ventilation assessment for the HVAC systems in all our buildings as well. That's something we put in place, and that meets and actually exceeds all the guidances that are out there, that the CDC as well as the ASHRAE as well. Within that, we looked at, just as CDC requires, we looked at maximizing the air infiltration and airflow in all our buildings. That is providing first the air filtration systems being either MERV 13 or MERV 8 or whatever our buildings can allow. And just as the CDC allows or requires, we maximize the air filtration as high as possible without significantly reducing our design airflow. Along with that, just as the CDC and the ASHRAE recommend, we also have localized fresh air inside of the classrooms as well, which is why the windows being operable is key as well, and having those being open. That is something we highly recommend to all our schools to do, something we push for all of them to do as well, and we make sure they're operational. Along with that, supplementing those 2 other efforts we put in place, are the portable air scrubbers we're buying that we purchased already for all of our schools. They've already started deployment, and they're already being placed in all the classrooms and other communal spaces as well. So I assure you all these things are happening. We are actively taking care of these recommendations from the CDC and ASHRAE and going beyond those as well. Thank you all very much.
Arnie, did you want to add?
No, nothing else on my end. I just know that there's been a lot of claims regarding, the type of filters, things of that nature. I want to make sure Clarence, who's leading these efforts, had an opportunity to clarify some of these claims.
Very good. Well, we're going to move on to an update on reopening. And I ask those that are doing the update to address as many of the issues or questions that came up during public participation, because I think we have a response to every issue that has come up. We just talked about ventilation. I think we can respond. And I know that this information has been put out. It's been out as part of our plan for some time, but we just need to keep repeating it and keep responding to questions from people who may not fully grasp, for one reason or another, what our plan entails. And so please address as many of those issues, if not all the issues that were raised during public participation regarding reopening. So let's proceed. Dr. Jackson, you want to proceed with the presentations?
Yes, thank you, President Del Valle. We're going to start with an update on reopening, as mentioned earlier. At this time, I will turn it over to Chief McDade to drive this portion of the meeting.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson. We do have several updates to provide today regarding our plan to safely reopen schools in 2021. Specifically, we will discuss the response from our families around returning to in-person learning and the plans that schools are making to meet the unique needs of their communities. We will also review steps that we are taking to better support our diverse learners who will continue with online learning, as well as the comprehensive steps that we are taking to keep students and staff safe as schools reopen. We've heard from over 77,000 families who have told us they want to come back to school. While we have continued to refine and improve upon the online learning experience, online learning has been a significant struggle for many of our working families. Providing our families with a safe in-person learning option is, simply put, an issue of equity, which we continue to state, and we look forward to welcoming our students back. Our goal since the pandemic began has been to make sure students have what they need to be successful, beginning with our most vulnerable student population. Our pre-K students and students in moderate and intensive cluster programs have struggled the most while learning at home, which is why they will be the first to return to school buildings in the new year. We plan to welcome back students enrolled in pre-K and in moderate and intensive cluster programs January 11th, followed by our elementary school students, kindergarten through 8th grade, February 1st. Families returning in January should expect to receive their child's classroom assignments this week, and families returning in February will be notified in late January. The teachers and staff who support these students will return to school a week before the students do to make sure everything is ready for a smooth transition back to the classroom. We're grateful to the thousands of CPS families who submitted their intent to return forms earlier this month. Parent responses have allowed us to plan properly and direct our resources to most effectively support in-person and online learning. Like I mentioned earlier, more than 77,000 children, which is more than 1/3 of our students in grades pre-K and elementary schools, plan to return to school in the new year. These are families who need our support and are counting on us to do everything possible to safely reopen schools. Let's take a look at our learner model preferences by overall race and ethnicity. Of the families who chose to return to school, 69% are Black or Latinx families. We have worked tirelessly through the fall to offer our families a learning experience that works best for them. We did an incredible amount of work to reach out to our parents and families. We have made 20,117 calls to early childhood, students in cluster programs, and students in priority areas with a focus on Chicago's South and West Sides. In all, hearing from thousands of parents further validated that reopening schools is an issue of equity that we must address. When we look at our overall priority groups, here you can see learner model preferences overall, including that 34% of students in temporary living conditions selected Learn at School. 36% of students with an IEP selected Learn at School. 31% of English language learners selected the Learn at School option, and 32% of our economically disadvantaged students selected Learning at School. As mentioned, engaging our families is critical to the reopening process. Families have a lot of questions about the reopening process, and we are focused on addressing their questions and concerns. That starts with providing families with as many opportunities to engage with our district leaders. Beginning tomorrow, our family and community engagement team will begin hosting a virtual information series called Ask the Expert, centered around welcoming back students. These sessions will be an opportunity for families to receive the latest information and ask questions. And as we have done since the beginning of the pandemic, we intend to continue creating opportunities for meaningful conversations with our families. Which brings us to reopening plans. While some aspects of reopening schools will be uniform across the district, such as comprehensive health and safety protocols and daily instruction schedules for all students, whether they are learning at home or in the classroom, we have empowered our school leaders to develop their own school-specific plan because they know their communities best. Every school will have a slightly different mix of in-person and online learning based on how their families responded to the survey. A school's reopening plan begins with classroom assignments and daily schedules for their students, whether hybrid or virtual, and for our pre-K students, a return to full-time in-person learning. Our schools will need flexibility in this planning. And depending on the learning preference they've chosen, some students may be assigned different homerooms and teachers than they had earlier in the school year. Moving students into another classroom will be any educator's last option, but we know our schools need that flexibility to successfully schedule classes and ensure that all children receive instruction in the form they have requested, be that in person or online. Families of our pre-K students and students in cluster programs can expect to receive classroom assignments at the end of this week. And those with students in elementary school grades will receive this information in late January. Just as we have done throughout this school year, teachers will take attendance at the beginning of each school day. For children who are learning at home, attendance will be taken at the start of real-time instruction. In addition, all students will be expected to complete and submit their assignments for grades, just as they have done since the start of the school year. While our current reopening plan is focused on welcoming back our elementary school age students, we remain committed to offering our 9th and 12th graders an option for in-person learning during 2021. We have created a high school reopening task force to help direct this work. This team of school and network leaders will consider everything from safety and scheduling to out-of-school time activities and the social and emotional well-being of our high school students. Initially, the group will be focused on thinking through challenges as it relates to scheduling, workforce, instructional time, safety, mental, social, and emotional wellness, technology, and out-of-school time programming. We look forward to providing an update on their progress early in the new year. I would now like to invite our Chief Officer of Diverse Learner Supports and Services to share reopening information related to supporting our diverse learners. Dr. Jones?
Thank you, Chief McDade. Good afternoon, President DeValle, board members, Dr. Jackson. I'd like to touch on our plans to effectively support diverse learners in 2021, both those who are returning to schools and those who will continue with online learning. We have heard from families and their diverse learners are not being served well by online learning. And we are happy to be able to offer them an in-person option. At our last board meeting, we shared attendance and engagement data for our diverse learners from Q1. These numbers emphasize that getting them back in the classroom is the best way to help our diverse learners reach their full potential. Here you can see suggestions on how instruction can be effectively broken down for our students during in-person learning while still keeping them safe. As you can see, our goal is to have a school day that is as normal as possible, but also build in time to teach and model new and necessary skills such as social distancing. We've also asked our educators to consider changes to the classroom environment to encourage our interaction with our virtual learners and students in the classroom. And for our diverse learners who will continue to learn at home in the new year, we are committed to improving their remote learning experience. Our IEP teams have been meeting to determine whether current plans can adequately meet students' needs during remote learning. We have been collaborating with families around accommodations and remote learning plans to allow our students to continue moving forward as they learn at home. If it is determined that the current IEP cannot be implemented as written during remote learning, teams are to convene with parents to hold a remote learning plan meeting. Remote learning plans are currently embedded within the IEP and should provide all necessary accommodations needed for student success during online learning. We want our families to feel supported, especially as they navigate sending their students back to school. Over the past few weeks, ODLSS has hosted virtual meetings for parents and have participated in various community forums to help provide information and answer questions. The team has also created a comprehensive Q&A for families and have been added a form on the ODLSS homepage where parents can request assistance. And much like everything else we've done, we will continue to look for additional opportunities to engage families. Feedback from our families is critically important to us. It has led to numerous process improvements, including the use of DocuSign to save our families time filling out forms, creating a parent helpline, and developing simplified, family-friendly material. At this time, I'd like to thank you and now turn it over to Chief McDade.
Thank you, Dr. Jones. We will hear more information on the district's actions and commitments to safety from Dr. Fox, our Chief Health Officer. But before I turn things over to Dr. Fox, I want to note that our principals have been working tirelessly to prepare schools to reopen safely. And I'm incredibly thankful for Principal Eric Olson, who allowed us to visit him while he was preparing to reopen school. Principal Olson leads Hamline, a neighborhood elementary school that serves predominantly working Latinx and Black families in the back of the yard neighborhood. So I would like to now share a video of his efforts.
My name is Eric Olson, and I am the principal here at Hamline Elementary School. We're getting ready to welcome pre-K and elementary students back to school in 2021. And in this video, we wanted to focus on steps we're taking to keep our students and staff healthy and safe, and show you what your child's school day will look like if you choose to return in the new year. We've been working closely with the Chicago Department of Public Health to ensure all necessary measures are taken, and school will look and feel very different. Every person entering our building will be required required to complete a daily health screener, have their temperature taken, and wear a face covering throughout the day. And most importantly, students and staff who feel sick will be required to stay home. In-person instruction will look different at every school based on how families responded to CPS's intent to return form. Most schools will follow a similar model that follows guidelines from public health officials to ensure a safe learning environment. To give you a sense of what the school day will look like, let me tell you specifically what we'll be doing here at Hamline. So you've probably heard the word pod so far this school year. A pod is roughly half of a homeroom, so that can be a maximum of 15 students. So a pod will enter in a specific door. They'll do the health check. They'll go directly to their classroom. When students are in their classroom, they'll be socially distanced. Students will remain in their classroom for a vast majority of their day outside of using the washroom or having lunch and recess. When students do have to move through the building, such as going to lunch and recess, they will use specific hallways and stairwells so that we can maintain a separate nature between individual pods. If a student has a high temperature, such as 103 degrees, they would immediately be escorted to the care room. This is a room that has been specifically designated for students that are showing signs or symptoms of COVID-19, including a high temperature. That room is staffed by an individual who has been trained on how to maintain safety guidelines and support the student. And then the front office will be calling that student's parents to come and pick them up as soon as possible. If students and families don't feel safe about going to school, then they're not going to be able to focus, concentrate, and learn. And so it is essential that we make sure that our school is safe, that we have the structures in place to maintain good health. And in doing so, our teachers, our families, and our students will know that school can start again.
I would like to thank Principal Olson and all of our building leaders that are preparing to receive our students in 2021. I will now turn things over to Dr. Fox, and he's going to expand on all that we are doing to ensure that our schools can open safely.
Well, thank you, Chief McDade, and good afternoon, everyone. The first slide, please. The stakes of the pandemic for the world's children could not be higher. Like so many kids across the nation and the globe, CPS students have been away from their classrooms for 9 long months now. Fortunately, our children have had access to online learning that's gotten better and better with each passing month, thanks to our incredible and hardworking educators. However, this just will not do. Remote learning simply cannot match what students experience when they are physically present in school in front of a teacher. And our Black and Latinx students are most in need of this experience and support. This is a matter of equity. We know so much more now about COVID and kids and school than we did last March or even last summer. The fact of the matter is that when proper health protocols are in place, schools are rarely a source of COVID-19 transmission. Now we know from studies across the globe that no correlation has been shown between reopening of schools and community spread of a virus. We did not know it would work out that way, but now we do. And we also know that the academic, social, and emotional benefits of opening schools are enormous for children and for our students too. The reality of these facts cannot be dismissed and must not be discounted. We've listened carefully to public health experts, and the consensus is that schools can reopen and operate safely. They can, and they do. We've looked closely at schools around Chicago that have been open since summer, and we have not seen significant COVID outbreaks in these sites. That's just a plain fact. This is why, even under the current stay-at-home advisory, schools and daycare centers in and around Chicago have been allowed to open and remain open to this day. In addition, our contact tracing team will track any positive COVID-19 cases that do arise in schools, just as we have done for the past 9 months. We will identify anyone potentially impacted by these cases so that spread of the virus remains as contained as possible. We know how critical contact tracing is to preventing the spread of COVID-19, so we will strongly urge any student, staff member, or visitor who tests positive for the virus to report the results to us immediately. We also want COVID-19 testing to be readily available to our school community. So we will provide surveillance testing to our staff on a regular basis. We'll also refer anyone who has symptoms or is a direct contact of a case and therefore needs testing to our health systems partners for assistance. To ensure healthy air quality in our classrooms, CPS has purchased more than 25,000 HEPA air filters that will filter 99.99% of airborne viruses. More than 1,900 of these units have already been delivered to schools for use in main offices and the child learning hubs. And distribution will ramp up considerably as we prepare to reopen schools. CPS has also hired additional staff to assist with enhanced cleaning and disinfecting as we prepare to reopen our buildings. By the time we welcome students and staff back into buildings, every classroom involved in in-person instruction will have an air purifier. We are confident in the investments we have made and firmly believe we can reopen and operate our schools safely in early 2021, just as others in town have done for months. But our actions alone will not be enough. For this to work, we will need to partner with students and families and staff in our commitment to safety. We'll need everyone who enters school buildings, students, staff, and visitors, to complete a daily health screener. This process will quickly become just another aspect of the morning routine. The health screener was built by us for easy access by phone, computer, or tablet, and users can set alerts to remind themselves to complete it each day. This is a simple thing we can all do each day to help ensure our schools are as safe as can be. For any student who tests positive for COVID-19, the family should report that information to us. We understand the desire to keep health conditions private, but in the face of pandemic, we hope families will understand the collective need to share this important information with the district in order to keep everyone as safe as can be. I protect you, you protect me. That's how this works. In order to conduct effective contact tracing and contain COVID-19, it's critical that you tell us your child has tested positive. Your health information is strictly confidential and is protected by law. We hope that families whose children will be returning to school will also spend some time getting their children comfortable with cloth face coverings if you haven't done that already. My advice to parents is this: talk to your children about how wearing masks keeps us all safe, and just as important, model good behavior, the behavior you want to see by wearing a mask yourself. And when it comes to how to wear your cloth face covering, keep it simple. Cover your mouth and nose. In other words, keep your guard up. We understand that children with certain medical or developmental conditions might have difficulty wearing a cloth face covering. Families who are in this situation should have the cloth face covering accommodation form completed by a medical professional and submitted to your school's principal or nurse. This form can be found on page 10 of the Reopening Guide for Parents. Let's now take a minute to talk about great news. we are all encouraged by the approval of a COVID-19 vaccine. And I can tell you that CPS looks forward to partnering with our city agencies and public health experts on a successful vaccine rollout for Chicago. Indications are that K-12 teachers and school-based staff will be part of phase 2 of that plan. So we will continue to update our staff and school communities as plans for the vaccine take shape. However, it's important to note that we will still need to wear face coverings and practice social distancing and all the other mitigation efforts even after being vaccinated. We are at the beginning of the end of this pandemic, but there is still a long road ahead of us. But we walk that road together. I'm going to turn things back over to Chief McDade.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fox. For the final portion of our presentation, I want to encourage families who need child supervision during online learning to complete our Child Learning Hub survey. Our learning hubs are safe, supportive environments where students can engage in online learning during the school day. Available seats will be given to our highest needs students first, but there is space available at several Child Learning Hub sites, so families are encouraged to apply. This is not an easy time for any of us. Even as vaccine distribution is starting, we still need the help of our students, families, and communities to continue implementing mitigation strategies like wearing our masks, washing our hands, and making sure that we're staying home if we're feeling ill, and social distancing to reduce the risk of transmission of COVID-19. This will be critically important in supporting reopening efforts to get tens of thousands of students back into the classroom where they belong. As we conclude this presentation, I do want to note for everyone in our board that we are joined by Dr. Fashone from the Chicago Department of Public Health, and she is here to answer questions as well. Do any board members have any questions that you would like to ask of Dr. Fashone?
I do, Chief McDade. Can I ask?
Board member
Yes,
Holmes?
please.
Thanks. Thank you for being here again with us, Dr. Fashone. You're anchoring the safe return to doubling, and certainly locally, but also nationally, there's been discourse about return to school anchored to positivity rate. And we're hearing 3% as an anchor target. Many other public comments and questions have been asked about positivity rate versus doubling. I'm wondering if you can share more about why doubling is the metric that you're using, and share what other school districts around the country are anchoring their safe return to.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks to everyone for inviting CDPH to this meeting. So essentially the 3% number that you're quoting is the number that New York City used as their metric for reopening schools. And there are 2 recent New York Times articles that describe the fault of that metric that are really important for people to read. So I would encourage them to read that. He went back on that metric and reopened schools after reconsidering the decision. So there is no established metric at this time for when it is safe to reopen schools, besides the presence of a controlled outbreak. We are using doubling rate locally because we have data from both from our first wave of COVID, that when we saw a change from controlled to uncontrolled transmission, and then from uncontrolled transmission back to controlled transmission, it was around a doubling rate of 18. And the CDC recommends, and we agree based off of our local data that we've collected, that controlled widespread community transmission, schools are actually safer than the community setting. And so that is why Chicago has chosen a doubling rate. When you look at cities like Philadelphia or Washington, DC, which I would say are sort of the best comparisons, even though they are much smaller, we try not to compare ourselves to schools in areas that have stayed open or have less strict mitigation measures that Chicago has, because their school transmission may be very different. If you have half of your high schoolers not wearing masks in school, that's very different than what the city is proposing here. And so in trying to compare ourselves to cities who additionally have strict mitigation measures and are looking at their outbreak numbers, the metrics are changing. And to me, that is a reflection of science, as all science does, if the science is done well. And the way I like to explain that is by having people do sort of a thought experiment. That if you got diagnosed with a serious illness, would you want a doctor who is using the standard of care from 20 years ago? Or would you want a doctor who knew that standard of care and also used all the additional data that was collected up until December of 2020? Which doctor would you choose? And what public health is proposing is that we use all the data available to us, and that changing metrics is not a reflection of chaos. Changing metrics is a reflection of good science. And so when I see patients in the hospital as a pediatric infectious disease physician, which I still do, I make decisions within minutes to hours that can impact people's lives. This reopening plan is the result of 9 months of collaboration between Chicago Department of Public Health and the Office of Student Health and Wellness. And therefore, in response to some of the other questions that were raised, no, this is not a rushed plan, especially from a scientific standpoint. This is a plan that has continually changed over time, incorporating new data. And in fact, on our Big Cities Health Coalition calls, Chicago is often the city that has the most data to share because we took the time to collect it and analyze it to answer your questions. And so when we look at our archdiocese data, which we are very proud of, and we have local data, and it aligns with national data in places that are similar to us, as well as international data. No other city can say that. And so for this discussion in particular, even though it's confusing when things change, and the doubling time is really just a proxy for control of the outbreak, and other cities may use other metrics, the positivity rate is certainly been shown to be a false metric for school reopening. Has it been used many times? Absolutely. Does that mean that it's the best metric? If you look, I can put the 2 New York Times articles in the chat if you'd like, but actually it's been shown to be a false metric that actually puts students more at risk. So that's sort of where we're at in terms of the decision-making with the metric.
Dr. Vachon.
Well, Doctor, thank you for that. But on the last point, you indicated that the positivity rate is a false metric, but it is the metric that we were all using months ago. And so that certainly, we've said time and time again that this is evolving and continues to evolve. But that metric stuck in people's minds, and it's still there, and it's being used as a reason to keep parents and others, teachers, from supporting a plan that today is based on a metric that you say is the right metric to use. So one more time, what do we say to parents and to communities that have been tracking that positivity rate? It was mentioned here today in public participation several times that there are some communities with a higher rate than others. And so there's concern about those schools within those zip codes. What can we say to them, again, to assure them that the metric that we have settled on now is the best metric and is the metric that we will continue to use, that there won't be another change in a month or two?
There absolutely may be another change. And I would offer that if there was, that again would be a reflection of good science, not a reflection of chaos. The doubling time proposition is an interim guidance on school reopening safety. It's an interim proxy for control of the outbreak. We have learned so much compared to what we knew in the first wave. In the first wave, we were building 5,000 hospital beds at a conference center. We're not doing that right now because the hospitals have learned so much and we have also learned so much, just as a very stark example. So people, I think I can't change the fact that people are uncomfortable with a changing metric. There's nothing I can say that will change that if they're already uncomfortable, or if they think that the positivity rate is a measure of their personal danger when they walk out the door. I would offer that the danger is there for all of us because there is an asymptomatic form of this disease that none of us know really day to day when we walk out the door, whether we are in a high or a low risk zip code. We know that some zip codes are much higher risk than others based off of diagnosed symptomatic disease or diagnosed asymptomatic disease. But we admit and know from CDC data that we likely have 10 times the number of cases than even the Department of Health reports. Where are they? Probably near the hot spots, but I can't tell you exactly where they are. In children, we've actually made the recommendation to maintain the 14-day quarantine. We've also made the recommendation to continue a strict testing strategy within the school. And both of those things make schools a much safer place for teachers and students than any other place potentially in the community, including hospitals. So this is where individuals who doubt that changing from the positivity metric is a good idea should be reassured that we are even though CDC has backed off some of the quarantine guidance, in Chicago, we are maintaining that guidance to ensure that the school environment is as safe as possible for everyone.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments for
Mr. President?
Department? Yes, Member Truss.
Okay, because and help me out here. Thank you again for being present at our board meeting today again. So when we talk about the positivity rate, right, that's the overall positivity rate, correct? That they're looking at. But is the data that kind of breaks it down from, okay, primary students to high school students to adults to seniors when it comes to that positivity rate? Because when you're talking overall, I guess people can say, well, yeah, we can look at the positivity rate, but if we really break it down, like what has the data demonstrated with children, especially in other cities in which they're—
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so our dashboard has all that data updated. Chi.gov/COVID-. It's all there and you can break it down by age. So that's, you're able to, everybody is able to view that. It's been publicly available.
Yeah, but I guess it has to be, we probably have a certain duty also to amplify that. Please go to that dashboard to look at the data versus, somebody, when we look at it from a generic, as so my grandkids, parents look at it as like, what the positivity rate is, this and this community, that, and really understanding and getting the proper information, because that's why, and even with the proper information, people still gonna have different viewpoints. And I just want to take the time opportunity to thank Dr. Jackson and staff for creating maximum flexibility, concerning students returning to school. But yeah, that becomes a problem and say, okay, 3% positivity rate, they use it I should say, it's used in such a generic kind of way versus let's look at the data when it's breaking down in terms of what's the positivity rate of let's say, youth at a certain age and the different zip codes, et cetera, to kind of really get an idea of what's what, so that way it can help guide us versus kind of like, okay, the sky is falling because we exceeded this particular threshold.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that comment. And that's where the public health department has done a lot of work breaking down the data by zip code so that we can put resources where they're needed for exactly that point. So putting more testing in the zip codes with the higher percent positivity. And throughout, it's been amazing how consistent it is. Every week now we are, there's an outbreak, community outbreak link on our webpage where we update the childcare and schools data. And I'd encourage everyone again to look there too, because we look at pediatric cases across the city, which is the smallest proportion of cases across the city. Teachers are going to be at the same rate as the general community because of their age. And we recognize that that's an operational burden on schools, which is why some schools have chosen to close or they've closed for some period of time because of where we are in the outbreak. But then also pediatric cases associated with daycare or school is a very small proportion of the overall number of pediatric cases in the city. So not only are the pediatric cases the smallest percent of the percent positivity, there's a much, much smaller percent, which is based off of how many are reported to us and how many we know about, right? There are limitations to the data, but of what we know, there are a much smaller percent of even the number of pediatric cases. So thank you for bringing up that point about looking, really drilling into the data because we're putting that out every week now.
Any other questions for the doctor or comments?
Hi, President Davai. I had a question, I think, for Dr. Frashone and also for Dr. Fox. I definitely hear and identify with the uncertainty and the concern that I heard from some of the public commenters. I heard two things that I think are both legitimate concerns, but somewhat opposed to one another. On the one hand, I think we have a mental picture of what our schools were like before. I believe one of the commenters said crowded with kids, possibly somewhat dirty. Meanwhile, there are other commenters who are mentioning when kids go back to school, it's not going to look like our schools used to. And in particular, in conversations with my own kids' teachers, there will be differences in the kinds of learning experiences, the kinds of interactions, and obviously just the number of people who are in the building and in the school. And so I was wondering if you could say a little more about what should we do to adjust our mental picture of what kids' days are going to be like, and how does that affect their likelihood of COVID transmission or of passing it on?
Dr. Fox, did you want to take that question first, or I can?
Sure. Well, I mean, I can just put my 2 cents in. I think the video, I thought the video was really quite effective. It's hard to imagine what it will be like, but in place of just imagination, you just have to look at the images, look at the picture, talk to the people who are there. For these past 9 months, schools have been open, not to kids, but most certainly to essential workers. And there are perspectives that could be gained from, from sharing their stories as well. So we just can't be stuck in the past. And you can't believe the hype. Things change. That's just the reality of the world. And the changing metrics are confusing, perhaps, but not a sign of not a sign of chaos, rather, as Dr. Fershone eloquently put it, this is just a sign of good science. People have had to discard other misunderstandings, scientific misunderstandings in the past. That's just how we live. That's how we go on. We have to learn.
I think in terms of for sort of students' social emotional health too, as it is a different environment. I think just the number of schools and daycares that are open and the number of facilities that we talk to every day that have strict mitigation measures in place, children are so much more adaptable than parents. So much more adaptable. And it's amazing the stories we hear from daycares and from other schools that are open about how well the children do. And it really, hearing those stories and then knowing that CPS is not in session it hurts to hear, because we need to give the kids a shot to show that they can that when we all work together, we can maintain this safe environment. And the teachers love it too. The teachers love being there with the students. And so when we do see transmission, as I've said before, it's often between staff, and that's going to be a constant sort of education and re-education task, likely, as it has been in the schools that are open and in the daycares. But in terms of behaviors within school, I would just say that we've had enough experience already in the pandemic space that children are just amazingly adaptable.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments for
I just have one question.
Melissa Tunnell?
Yeah, this is for Dr. Fershone, is it? So thank you for the transparency and the honesty of working with the latest information. I mean, that the reality is that information continues to change. And as we get new information, we course correct and we adjust, right? I think that's just the nature of where we are. And we need to continue to communicate, because unfortunately, the first set of data that we issued stuck, right? And so that's also reasonable to expect, especially parents that heard those initial data points and said, "Oh my God, you're changing the benchmark, and now it's even riskier." Right, and so that's very real, and as President Del Valle mentioned, we're just going to need to continue to manage that conversation and educate. But what would be good, right? So we've heard a lot about other countries doing this safely. We've heard of other programs doing this safely, but it would be good if you could just expand on what we've learned from the Catholic schools. And kind of share some of those metrics, right? Because that's real and that's local. And so that would also be really good, just to, convey those learnings of what worked, what didn't work, and then how can we take those learnings and apply it to the rest of our students that obviously need those options if it works for them, just like the Catholic school students have options today.
Absolutely. So we actually, the other big cities actually asked us for this too. So we actually have a manuscript accepted right now to a journal with the data. And I've shared it before in other settings, and Dr. Arwady shared it at a press conference previously, so I can share it with you. It's publicly available already, so I can share it with you now. It was measured during a moderate controlled transmission in the outbreak. So just to frame it, exactly how it is. We are not there right now. So that was during the plateau between August and October. And it was measured with very strict mitigation measures, equivalent to what mitigation measures are being used in CPS in place at Archdiocese schools, with oversight and site visits to ensure sort of quality assurance over time to ensure that those measures were continuing to be followed. And we saw when we calculated the attack rate, which means the number of COVID cases and then using the denominator of the number of students in that age group or the number of teachers in that age group. That's what we call the attack rate for COVID. We found that the attack rate for children in archdiocese schools within that time frame was half what it was in the community, 0.2% versus 0.4%. And for staff, our initial calculation was that it was the same as the community. But then when we added some retrospective information from our investigations on the staff, the number of staff got even lower that we think might have been connected to the school. So the attack rate for staff was actually slightly lower at school than it was in the community at large during the same time period. And in that case, we were using all working age adults. And if you think about, if you just picked out who was working out of that complete denominator of working age adults, it would actually make the attack rate look better or there would be more of a difference between the attack rate in the community would be higher in the community than it would be in the Catholic schools. So our findings are actually a very conservative expression of the fact that for the archdiocese schools with layered mitigation strategies in place, strictly enforced, schools were a safer place in the community during that time period.
Any other questions, comments?
President Del Valle, I have a couple of questions.
Member Melendez?
Yes, my first two questions are for Dr. Fox. And the first one is regarding the frequency of surveillance testing for staff. Do you have an idea of how often that will be? And will that include all school staff, teachers, principals, other support employees?
Yes, we are working on this plan in collaboration with Chicago Department of Public Health, Dr. Fashon, and colleagues. And the frequency first of all, it will involve all staff, so teachers and
everybody.
Staff, right? How often we do this is still a matter of deliberation, but it would be on the order of about once per month.
Okay. The other question that I have is about the reporting cases. You encourage families to report if their children are sick. What about if another member of the family is test positive for COVID-19? Is that something that we can encourage? We can certainly not mandate it, but is that something that is being considered?
Right. Well, in a household, let's say if there is a case, the people in the household would be direct contacts, and so they would have to go to quarantine.
Okay.
And that we would enforce. And so those people, we would hope that people know not to send the kid to school if the kid is a direct contact.
And it's on the screener too, as well.
That's right. I was going to say, even if they didn't know, once they did the daily screener, that's a little bit of a reminder. Hey, you're a direct contact of a known case. That means you go to quarantine and you're out for 14 days. So that's one of the reasons why the screener is so important. And that way you have to do it every day, not just, intermittently or when it's convenient. You have to do it every day. And, we have to be strict about it, unfortunately, but that's the best way to keep everybody as safe as can be.
Absolutely. And I think communicating to the families how important this is for their own safety and for everyone's safety is going to be crucial. Then I have my last question is about slide 31 and about the vaccination schedule. And you indicated K through 8 teachers and childcare, K to 12 teachers and childcare workers. I imagine that that was meant to be pre-K to 12. And okay, I just want, just wanted to clarify that because we don't want there to be an uproar. Pre-K teachers are not going to be included. So I have a couple of other questions, but they're mainly for Chief McDade. So, I imagine that we're continuing with the questions for Dr. Fox and Dr. Fischone, so I'll wait.
Yes, and we'll get back to Chief McDade and Chief Jones also.
Okay.
Other questions, but let's continue with Dr. Fuccione and Dr. Fox. Any other questions, members?
Thank you.
I as a follow-up to Member Melendez's question on vaccination of teachers, I know at this time it's difficult to predict when there will be enough vaccines available because they're being manufactured, right? And we have other companies that are coming on board that will make vaccines available. But give us maybe Dr. Fuccione from the Department of Public Health perspective, what do you anticipate? Maybe a ballpark estimate of when teachers and staff, as was just indicated, will be able to get vaccinated?
So this is a great question, and thank you for bringing us back to that point. I meant to make a point of including that in some of my comments, but so the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices is they've been having several emergency meetings, but there are 2 emergency meetings this weekend. On Saturday, they're going to vote on the Moderna vaccine to approve it, and on Sunday, they're going to vote on the next 2 tiers of allocation. So that's tier 1B and 1C. And tier 1B is essential workers. And we expect teachers to be included in that group. Now, depending on how broad that is, that will help us determine whether that includes other staff at schools or not. And if not, then if any school staff fit in tier 1C, then which is people with high-risk medical conditions or other high-risk demographics, then they could get vaccinated in tier 1C. So I expect that most people at schools will fit into either tier 1B or tier 1C. Tier 2 is the community at large. I would like to remind everyone that the Pfizer vaccine, the first one that came out, was only approved for ages 16 and above. And ages 16 and above right now, we have we have not planned for a CPS has not planned for a start date for children 16 and above yet for in-person learning. So that means that no students at school would be able to receive Pfizer vaccine. Secondly, the children enrolled in the Pfizer trials only go down to age 12. Same for Moderna. The children enrolled in those trials only go down to age 12. It is going to be a long time before we have the safety data for children 0 to 12. And because of that, and because of other manufacturing delays that may occur, which since I'm the immunization program medical director as well, I know can happen during any flu season, could certainly happen during an outbreak. I don't expect to see children the ages 0 through 12 have vaccine available to them this year. I could be wrong. That could be sped up, but typically when you're talking about young children and other vulnerable populations like pregnancy and immunocompromised individuals, those deliberations and that data is reviewed extremely carefully over a much longer period of time. And it's also very difficult to enroll individuals in those populations in those clinical trials. So I actually, one thing that would be helpful for schools is to encourage their communities not only to receive vaccine once it's available, but then to make schools an even safer place, although that won't change any of the mitigation strategies that occur in schools. But also to encourage individuals in vulnerable populations to enroll in clinical trials. Otherwise, we will never see a vaccine available to children. And so that, of course, is an independent decision, but it is actually extremely important during this outbreak that messaging is out there that vaccines just don't get authorized unless people enroll in clinical trials. And so that's also where we have trouble sometimes in pediatrics getting things approved, like medications. We often, like sometimes we have to use medications outside their approval for certain children. Maybe that's what would end up happening with the vaccine if we really got into trouble. But of course, this is all conjecture, and this is just based off of the information we have right now on the trials that are currently in process.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions for Dr. Fox or Dr. Friccione before we let them go? If not, thank you very much. We really appreciate you joining us again. You've provided, once again, some very valuable information. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day, everyone.
Can we go back to Chief McDade for questions regarding reopening? We'll continue with the reopening or questions for Dr. Jackson or Chief Rivera.
President Davalle, I have a question.
Yes, Member Rowe.
I'm not sure who this is for from the leadership that you just mentioned, but we've been hearing in the news that CPS is not engaging with the Chicago Teachers Union. I'm wondering if one of you can clarify if CPS has been meeting and engaging with CTU about reopening.
Yes. Yes is the short answer. Matt, I'm sorry, Matt, are you weighing in? Go ahead.
I was going to. Is that okay? All right. Thank you.
Yes.
Great.
Talent Officer, Matt Lyon.
Thank you. And thank you for the question. Yeah, we have been. I think that we have been engaging with CTU quite a bit. In fact, CPS officials, including me, have met with CTU 43 times since June to discuss school reopening for this school year. During and between those meetings, we've provided CTU with extensive information in writing on the safety and health protocols that are already in place across the district, and including comprehensive proposals on those safety and health issues for them to consider. I think it's worth noting that not until 1 week ago, a little less even, on December 10th, which was the 43rd bargaining session since June, did CTU initiate their own comprehensive safety and health proposal to CPS, nor had they considered in all that time to respond to ours. And so the narrative that CTU has not been at the table or has not been bargained with, engaged with, is not accurate.
Can I ask a quick follow-up to that?
Yes, Member Todd Britton.
Thank you. I mean, just also in light of some of the comments that we heard earlier, just to reconfirm that the goal is to get to an agreement, right? Like that's everyone's goal. That's certainly the CPS goal. We heard gestures towards that being the goal, is to get to an agreement, correct?
Yes, our goal absolutely 100% is to get to an agreement with CTU on the return. It is of course, like, our primary goal is to get students back into school safely and resume in-person learning for the families that choose to do so. And that the best path there is through an agreement with CTU.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments regarding reopening?
I have can I ask one more question? just about some of the different models for students when they return to school. And my question is about the simultaneous teaching, which, as was acknowledged, it's a challenging mode of teaching. It's been a challenge across the country. But I was wondering if maybe you could say a bit more about CPS's approach, the district's recommendations for how to do this in a way that supports both in-person and at-home learners as best possible, and any supports that are will be made available to teachers around that. What is the CPS approach, as opposed to kind of, you see lots of different ways that this has looked around the country, but what is CPS's guidance on that?
Thank you for that question. And that's one that comes up often. We know that the learning curve for hybrid and simultaneous teaching is a steep one. And we know that there are learning demands that will have to be met in providing guidance around models that schools can employ, because we know that school communities differ. So one model may not work for a school while another one it works for. Our Office of Teaching and Learning has been working diligently in studying what's been happening across the country as it relates to simultaneous teaching. I think one thing is important to note, that CPS is one of the last districts. There's districts that have been doing this since August. And so there's a lot of lessons learned there. I do want to invite our Chief Officer of Teaching and Learning, Shirley Chavarria, because she's been leading a lot of the work in really crafting our plan for supporting teachers. And we do have a robust professional learning plan that we're putting in place that teachers will be able to access throughout the month of January and February, that will cover a myriad of topics and subject areas specifically designed to support them in meeting some of those learning demands around simultaneous teaching. So I'll invite Shirley to speak on her work at this time.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity. There are a couple of things that I want to highlight about CPS's approach to meeting the synchronous instructional needs of students who are at home when the teacher has students in person as well. So what we've seen across the nation is that some districts have opted to guide teachers to stream their instruction all day long. We are not giving that guidance. We are asking that teachers deliver 150 minutes of synchronous instruction per day. That aligns with the ISB minimum for synchronous instruction for students who are fully remote. We're doing that to ensure that we're asking students to engage in quality opportunities versus quantity. The other big thing that we're really elevating is that we know that student learning best happens when they have meaningful interactions with their teacher that are grounded on feedback around their learning process. And so we're going to guide teachers to really thinking about what are the opportunities in the school day when they can really make that happen. Simultaneous teaching, the idea that a student, the student at home, the student in school, and the teacher all engaged in the same task is one way that we can do that. We'll also elevate that teachers can think about using small group instruction for remote students, or finding ways for in-person remote students to collaborate as other ways to meet synchronous learning requirements. As we gear up for this big shift in instructional practice, we'll be offering both facilitated and independent learning opportunities focused on the topics of models for hybrid instruction, planning for hybrid instruction, differentiating for hybrid instruction, engagement for hybrid instruction. We'll be also authoring additional instructional guidance that we'll release next week. And as part of that process to author that guidance, we've engaged teacher leaders throughout the district to help inform us, to hear from them their initial thoughts, questions, and concerns, and really ground what we're writing and providing in their initial feedback. Since we were able to offer the reopening guidance in general, we were really able to use that as a place for engagement and further insight into what teachers need in order to feel supported in this moment.
Thanks for that, Chief Chavarria. And it's good to hear too that teachers were involved in giving feedback to you as an iterative process there. So thank you so much for that information.
Any other questions or comments on reopening?
Yes, I have a couple.
Yes.
And I really appreciate everything that's been said. The presentation is very thorough, very comprehensive, but I wanted to sort of elevate a little bit something that I've thought a lot about, and I think it's in a lot of families' minds. Like Principal Olsen indicated in the very clear video, schools are not going to look like they used to look prior to COVID-19. That is inevitable. And with that change in how schools are going to be run, come changes in the relationships that those spaces will afford. And I know that this has been a point of much and in-depth consideration. So I just wanted to ask Chief McDade if she could speak a little to how the social emotional needs of the children those that will be returning to school will be returning to a totally different experience than before the pandemic. And some of them will even be, I hope that it will be a very small number, but some of them may return to a different lead teacher or group of students. And we know that children attach to their teachers. And how are we thinking about anticipating some of those potential situations?
We do, and I want to kind of reference a past reopening update that we provided, where we provided some extensive information around how we're approaching social emotional learning and some of the partnerships that we have garnered throughout this. And so in our instructional priorities, we've identified, which we provided training for teachers over the summer, and we'll continue in the upcoming months with some of the professional development that we're offering through the Office of Teaching and Learning that really focuses on social emotional learning practices to be employed in the classroom, as well as whole school opportunities for partnership with different community-based organizations that we are in partnership with the district. So our Office of Social Emotional Learning has a full plan for supporting students, not just students, but also the adults in the building, our teachers as well, because we know that our educators also need that level of support. And so we do have a robust offering of partnerships, as well as social emotional learning curriculum and instructional priorities and training for teachers and for whole schools.
Thank you.
And just as a re-up, I will double back and share with the board just that list of providers that we'll be working with, so you have that and know who they are.
Thank you. That is much appreciated. And I know, like I said, that this is being very much in the planning group's mind. I just wanted to elevate that because that is a concern for families and for educators as well.
And I don't know if this might be a good time to I don't know if Matt wants to jump in here and talk a little bit about the work that Carla is doing in the Office of Talent, which is a whole district-wide effort that is inclusive of supporting our educators, our building leaders in health and wellness. And so there's a whole strategic plan around that. I don't know, Matt, if you want to just add a little bit to share, because I think that's really important to highlight.
Matt, yes, please talk about the additional staff that's being brought on board and touch on the residency question that some people are questioning at this time.
Okay, I will try to cover a lot of ground here as quickly as possible in the interest of time. Yeah, we have, the Talent Office has initiated kind of a wide-ranging strategic effort to boost kind of health and wellness awareness, actually, primarily, offering new programs, but also the utilization of some of our benefits. So our employee assistance program, as an example, is, the utilization rates have historically been well below what employers seek. But through that benefit, we are able to have, employees and the household members of employees are able to have now up to 5 free counseling sessions to deal with stress, anxiety, also things like financial counseling as well. We've also initiated a Be Well newsletter, which helps to get some of the word out about different programs, including, one I want to just quickly highlight is Wellness Wednesdays, which typically feature a, support from a partner, either a fitness class or a mental health. I think we have some meditation workshops that are coming up, or mindfulness workshops coming up. These are end up being small things. They don't take a ton of time as an individual, but are, really can be impactful, especially the ones that are skill building for people to be able to monitor themselves. Broadly speaking, given this pandemic, we're also working, of course, to individually with every application or request for an accommodation to accommodate wherever possible people's high-risk medical conditions. And because of that work, we know that there will be more people more employees who need to be out and continue to work remotely than obviously under normal circumstances. We've undertaken, to President Del Valle's question, some efforts to add some additional staff at schools. These are plans that had been in the works previously when we were contemplating being able to reopen for in-person learning earlier in the school year, inclusive of hiring roughly 1,000 what are called cadre substitutes. These are, despite some of the commentary I've read publicly, licensed teachers. They are members of the Chicago Teachers Union and have long been part of the district's substitute strategy. So that is a portion of them. We've also added funding for schools to hire some additional part-time or seasonal employees to assist with many of the additional safety protocols that do not fall in the job descriptions of any traditional kind of members of our school community, because these didn't exist previously. A note quickly, there was a headline in a recent news story about this, indicating that there was some change to the residency requirements for these positions. That is not true. Miscellaneous or part-time seasonal employees and substitute employees have long been exempt from the Board of Education's residency policy to live within the city of Chicago. There has been no change or determination anytime, I believe, and I'm speaking a little off the cuff, but I believe anytime in the last 10 to 15 years to change the fact that those employees are not subject to the residency policy because of the nature of their not full-time employment. So hopefully I covered at least most of the topics that were raised here.
I also, just to add really quickly, President Del Valle, I really want to acknowledge some work of two of our principal fellows, Holly Dakers and Tanya Fields. Holly is at Rudolph and Tanya Fields is the principal of Kershaw. And to Louisiana's question, these two principals built an entire plan and strategy around health and wellness, not for building leaders to then use tools and resources with their staff. They did training for their colleagues over the summer, so they were well ahead on this. And so now they are partnering and bringing their plan to the entire district and partnering with Carla in our office, our talent office, to ensure that every school is equipped with the tools that they need to support health and wellness mentally, socially, emotionally in their buildings with their staff, as well as for leaders throughout the district. And I think it's just critically important when we have our leaders at our schools participating, engaging, and supporting and developing policy that can, for the betterment of the entire district. So I would be remiss not to acknowledge the incredible work that they did and brought forward, and that the entire district will be able to take advantage of. So I just wanted to thank them in this moment.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That sounds like critically important work.
I think we've covered as much as we can at this time on the reopening. Dr. Jackson, is there anything else on the reopening you want to emphasize or add?
No, I think to your point, we've had a pretty exhaustive discussion on this, but happy to have had this opportunity just to clarify some things and also present the plan. We do have 2 additional presentations. So, barring any additional questions or comments, if it's okay with you, I could start to tee those up.
Yes, please proceed.
Okay. Our next presentation is a presentation on the district's latest high school strategy. It's important to note that This work builds on years of focused work around improving our high schools. But I'm happy to report that Chief Chakumbava and also Chief Pruitt in the Office of ONS have been working on this initiative for the past few months, close to a year. And we have some really exciting initiatives that we would like to share with the board and the public that outline the major investments that we're going to be making in order to improve the experience of our students in CPS high schools. So I will now turn it over to Chief Chakumbava to take us through the presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson. Good afternoon, President Del Valle and board members. Before we dive into the high school strategy, I'd like to thank all of the students, teachers, principals, assistant principals, central and network office employees who have contributed to the development of this plan. The creation of the CPS high school strategy was a collaborative effort at its best. This new strategy, as Dr. Jackson just mentioned, is not a departure from our previous approaches to supporting high school students. It is simply an extension of those efforts that is tied directly to our 5-year vision. It builds on the successful initiatives, like, for example, Freshmen on Track, which has contributed to our district historic rise in graduation rates. It also affirms our push towards helping students earn early college credits. Our students as well earn career credentials, and thereby increasing the likelihood that they will continue their education beyond high school. At its core, our new high school strategy is multifaceted, data-driven, and research-based approach to better serving our students in grades 9 through 12. We understand and recognize that opportunities still exist to improve outcomes for all of our students, as well as the outcomes in students in all of our high schools. We are committed to improve our students' high school experiences by focusing on how we as a district equip and support our school leaders by providing resources, supports to the teachers and the school buildings. The high school strategy outlines collective expectations for the central office and for the CPS high schools. It stresses the importance of providing high quality instruction and equitable opportunities for all of our students. This strategy also relies heavily on our commitment to continuous improvement. This is how our schools will become units of change that are capable of achieving the CPS 5-year vision. Our high school students deserve equity, excellence, and advocacy as part of their experience. They deserve access to relevant, high-quality curriculum that will prepare them for success in college and careers, and a learning environment that takes into account their social and emotional needs. The CPS high school strategy addresses all of these needs, identifying new initiatives for elevating both student achievement, student engagement, and student voice. It also provides students more equitable opportunities for advanced coursework, enrichment programs, college and career exploration, exploring multiple post-high school pathways. One new component within the high school strategy is the development of the CPS graduate profile. Our strategy is grounded in this holistic vision for our graduates. The graduate profile describes a collection of knowledge, mindsets, and values that our students will need to achieve and to become empowered, civic-minded citizens. It's what we hope every one of our high school students embodies when the time comes for them to cross the stage at graduation. Our goal for every CPS graduate is that we provide supports to our students to become ethical, and collaborative leaders. We also must empower them to be inquisitive learners who are confident in their decision-making and who are eager to engage in their communities. And if the pandemic has taught us anything, is that we must prepare our students to be adaptable and independent thinkers, especially in times of crisis. The high school strategy has 4 key levers. The first is strengthening the instructional core, which means investing in a universal high-quality curriculum, especially in the areas of mathematics, reading, sciences, and social science, providing students and teachers with the supports that they will need to implement and engage in these high-quality curriculum resources. The second lever will require our district to be the driver for continuous improvement and to support our high schools to also engage in cycles of continuous improvement. This will mean providing school leaders and their teams with the training and the academic data that they will need to affect positive change for our students within their schools. The strategy's third lever will involve shaping effective partnerships, communication, and community engagement strategies, as well as resource management across central office and all of our CPS high schools. And the final lever is all about college and career readiness and the need to build solid post-secondary pathways that are aligned with the needs and the goals for every student. This high school plan also sets our vision, our common vision for high quality instruction across all of our high schools. Only when our students receive this kind of a rigorous, well-rounded instruction every day in every class, they will succeed in embodying and exemplifying the qualities within the graduate profile. The high school strategy is rooted in our commitment to educating with equity. And in order to have equitable learning opportunities for our students, the students' identities must be honored and also they must be reflected in the curriculum. Students' communities need to be respected and treated as partners and source of knowledge. And we need to work on building strong relationships between the teachers and the students, as well as between the school and the community that the school serves. Here you will see some of the strategies that we have for strengthening the instructional core. The instructional core is actually the interaction between the content, the student, and the teacher. Some of these strategies include everything from access to a culturally relevant standards-based curriculum to social and emotional supports that are so important for students during their high school years. We also have outlined academic intervention programs and systems of support to be put in place both for the children who are currently struggling and for those who also need to be challenged, particularly in areas of advanced mathematics. I want to zoom in and highlight some specific strategies around our strategy for advancing mathematics. We know that our students who complete mathematics courses beyond Algebra 2 in their high school career are more than twice as likely to pursue and complete a post-secondary degree. This process begins by allowing the students an opportunity to enroll in middle school algebra classes. This is why we have identified this as one of the key components in our high school strategy. We have 8th graders around our city who are ready for algebra, but who do not have this opportunity available for them in their current elementary school. This has been the motivation behind the Early High School Math Initiative that was launched by our district this school year. This program is currently providing over 500 students from 80 elementary schools, most of whom are students of color, with the chance to take an online algebra course during the pandemic course that is taught by a highly qualified middle or high school mathematics teacher. Moving on to the second lever within the high school strategy. We know that strong principal leadership will be a huge factor in the success of this plan. And our job as a district will be to support high school leaders to lead cycles of continuous improvement. We will provide them with guidance on how to organize effective teams. We will support our leaders on accessing and utilizing data to drive their progress towards their school goals. Another key aspect of the high school strategy is expanding access to selective enrollment high schools for our district's diverse learners. And this is one of the very important initiatives that I want to highlight here under this particular driver. More than 14% of students across Chicago have an individualized education plan. But in our selective enrollment high schools, this number is just 6%. So beginning this school year, at least 14% of selective enrollment offers provided to 9th graders, incoming freshmen, to selective enrollment high schools will go to students with diverse learning needs. This is a major step forward, major step towards improving equity for our diverse learners. However, we know that significant investments and supports need to be offered to make this work. A student support task force will soon be developed to support transition planning for diverse learners, as well as supports for educators, specifically providing them with professional development centered on creating accommodations for diverse learners. There will also be opportunities to support parents by providing informational sessions and trainings and help them to weigh in the pros and the cons of applying to selective enrollment schools. The third driver within the strategy is enhancing organizational coherence. Efficient operational standards will be the key to supporting all of the levers outlined in the high school strategy. Student outcomes often hinge on how well school is managed, whether or not the children feel safe, supported, and valued, and if each school is providing the programs and the opportunities that match the interests and the abilities of the students. We also are supporting our high schools to develop engagement strategies to ensure communities are included as partners, as sources of knowledge and pride for our students. In the work of establishing strong partnerships, I would like to highlight one particular program. Establishing strong partnerships between high schools and the large community obviously will be one of the keys to the success of the high school strategy. We need to leverage the resources across our city. One such partnership is the High School Post-Secondary Catalyst Grant, which is now already active in 5 of our high schools. This three-pronged approach is focused on improving post-secondary outcomes for limited income students and students of color. Grant funds go to support schools as they work to break down the financial barriers to college, and as they strive to create a culture that helps students explore the post-secondary options that will best meet their needs. This grant is also focused on helping improving college persistent rates among CPS graduates. So students are successful in college as well. And the last lever within our high school strategy is aligned to the Chicago Roadmap, which is a comprehensive partnership with the community colleges of Chicago. The high school strategy will focus on refining and expanding early college pathways. We will provide our schools with college and career competency curriculum for grades 6 through 12, as well as supports around social emotional learning, employability, and 21st century skills. Within that lever, I would like to focus on attainment of early college credits. Nearly half of our graduates from last school year left CPS having earned at least one college or career credential. We want to grow that number as part of the high school strategy, specifically, especially among our Black and Latinx students and students enrolled in our neighborhood high schools. One area of particular interest is the AP Capstone program, where students work to complete an original college-level research paper and oral defense. We hope to expand this program from 12 high school campuses last school year to 30 campuses by 2024. We will also continue growing our equal opportunity schools, which serve students populations that are largely underrepresented in programs like advanced placement and international baccalaureate program. And finally, about the implementation of the high school strategy. The successful implementation of this strategy will require a fierce and ongoing collaboration from all corners of our district. We are currently in the process of the implementation, and we have organized a diverse team of school and district leaders who will bring a variety of perspectives to this work and who will help us successfully implement this comprehensive plan to better support our high school students. Thank you for this opportunity to introduce the high school strategy to you, and I'll be happy now to take your questions.
Questions or comments? Member Todd Breland?
Yes, I just wanted to first thank you for this, for the thorough explanation that you gave of the high school strategy. I think there are so many things in there that, you know, we've all heard communities talking about for so long around issues of equity, around access to algebra, and particularly how that has disproportionately impacted students on the South and West sides that have not had access to algebra, around diverse learners. We've certainly, even in our time here as board members, heard quite loudly from parents about wanting more access for diverse learners to high school, to selective enrollment high schools. And then I was also really happy to see this focus on community engagement as one of these major pillars and drivers within the strategy. I was wondering if perhaps just from a sort of taking a step back perspective, for those who may be less familiar with the previous high school strategy, if at a high level you could say what, in addition to, I understand the 4 different strategies, but what feels different and new on a high level in terms of the district's approach to this strategy in relation to previous strategies?
Thank you for the question. I will definitely do my best to describe some of these differences, but I also want to say that I personally am very excited about some of the strategies that we already have enacted, and thank you for flagging the Algebra Initiative. I think this is a really important key initiative. Yes, for the access, we understand that this is a significant roadblock for the success and the opportunities for our students, but also I'm really proud by the fact that we were able to stand up this initiative in the middle of a pandemic. And I think this is, you know, from my perspective, this is a tremendous opportunity for us to think differently about how we create opportunities using some virtual learning approaches and really learning from this, you know, already very promising approach. Our teachers were on board. I'm so, you know, grateful for their leadership standing up, our network teams and everyone else. So how can we use this as a blueprint to continue to expand these opportunities in other areas to our students? So thank you for flagging this one. I'm personally very proud of it. So thanks for that. Going back to your question about what is different. We certainly have learned and accomplished a lot with the previous high school strategies. Right now, how it is different. I think it has very renewed and very acute focus on equity. I think that's one of the first things that I want to mention. And you already flagged some of these initiatives. Every one of this lever we have developed, designed through the lens of equity, how partnerships are forged, how investments are made in our schools, how we are thinking about access for students through an equitable lens. So this is definitely a huge driver, which really comes in a full alignment with our 5-year vision for the district. So this is really one of the connection. A couple of other pieces that are important. to flag. This is the first high school strategy that I'm involved in that articulates a holistic graduate profile. I think this is just really thinking about the experiences and the skill sets in a very comprehensive way of how we support our students and what we would like them to accomplish. Not simply aligned with specific academic or outcome metrics or numbers, but just in a more holistic approach. The student voice and the social emotional learning are really central ideas around this, and I think they're much more in a strong way articulated. And another one that I would like to mention, I mean, we can continue this conversation that is also really important. I think this high school strategy has several places where there is a strong articulation between middle school, high school, and post-secondary experience. For example, the mathematics. This is really in full alignment with some of the work that we are doing. Obviously middle school algebra access, the high school experience, but then also the transitional math and also the work with the city colleges and what needs to happen there. Another one is the 6th, 12th grade college curriculum. This is also another opportunity to really tie and articulate what needs to happen, not just in the high schools, but obviously the graduate profile is for all students, but how we are connecting our work with middle schools and high schools. So these are just few things that are different in our strategy. And they will definitely work towards the opportunities that we saw in the opportunity gaps that we need to close for students, but also across different types of schools in our system. So every school is well supported. And last but not least, I'll mention one more. I'm sorry, keep on going, but is really that we see through a different lens the role of the district in the implementation of this strategy. It is not only about what schools need to do, but what we collectively as teams, academic, operational teams, how we need to back up our schools and give them the resources and the supports that they need so they can enact and achieve our 5-year vision goals. I hope that answers your question.
No, it does. Thank you. That's very helpful. Thank you, Chief Chikumba.
Mr. President. Mr. President.
Member Truss.
How you doing? And thank you again for the presentation. In a very general way, and not actually putting specifics in it, is that you have some communities that have developed quality of life plans and kind of have their own localized high school strategy in a sense. Could you, if you can, kind of describe how you can align CPS high school strategy with local communities who kind of like have been in the process of developing plans to support and improve their local high school, whether it be neighborhood, magnet, or selective enrollment?
Right, thank you for the question. One of the very specific call outs we have within the strategy is the supports that we'll enact for each of our high schools to develop a community engagement strategy and plan. We obviously understand the importance of each of the schools connecting with their local community. So we will be using the Elevate framework. I know you're all familiar, and we will begin to offer supports to not only principals, but school leadership teams in building out a community engagement plan that really is inclusive of multiple opportunities, deep engagement opportunities for the community. So they become involved in the design, in the implementation, in the monitoring of all of these programs within their school. As a first step, we have outlined really strengthening the communications plans for each of the schools. And this is something that we'll be working towards soon with our schools to provide them with resources, supports, and models around effective communication strategies as one of the very first steps within the Elevate framework, improving the communication plan. We are also working in this cross-functional collaborative team for the implementation of the high school strategy to inform other decisions around community engagement, for example, the ARA, the programmatic investments. So all this work is really in sync with what we are hearing from the different communities in regards to, their desires and their vision for each of the local high schools.
And just real quick, family and community engagement is going to be a significant part in this because I mean, based on my experience, they have kind of like built those relationships within different local communities to be able to, I guess, assist in that engagement and communication strategy.
Let me just add to that, if you don't mind, Board Member Truss. We've already started a robust tour, I would say. Dr. Pruitt has already been in front of our Community Action Council chairs and did a presentation there. And now we're going to get him into the individual Community Action Council so that we're briefing all of the members about the high school strategic plan. So it's already in motion. Just wanted you to know that.
Edition.
Yes. Yes. We continue to strengthen our approach in dealing with high school students and preparing high school students to be college ready. Whether it's your math, the algebra initiatives, the reading interventions, all of those are for the purpose of making sure that when the kids graduate from a CPS high school, they're ready. And that readiness is measured in part by the SAT. And we certainly want to see our kids improving on the SAT exams. But we also know that we have kids who graduate, who go on to college, and they don't persist. Some of them feel, for whatever reason, or it could be for financial reasons, but in some cases, they aren't prepared, or there are other kinds of reasons for the low persistent rate. I think this initiative strengthens our effort to reduce that the rate of students who leave college after they enroll, because I think they'll be better prepared. But when we talk about college and career readiness, the career part, I still don't feel gets enough attention. And so while CTE programs are mentioned here, you mentioned career credentials, you mentioned industry certification, and helping provide alternative pathways for post-secondary education. I still think that we need to offer those young people that want a career path that may just require an associate's degree or additional industry certification obtained through a community college. We need to first make sure that they are just as prepared. If that's the route they're taking, they're just as prepared as the other students who are going on to college. There shouldn't be, and that's why the universal curriculum is important. They should all be just as prepared, but we should know that and encourage students as they make decisions to consider CTE programs. So because becoming an electrician is not bad. And if you can go into an apprenticeship program right out of high school, and even begin the pre-apprenticeship while you're in high school, then you're on a path. You're on a career path, and it's a good career path. I don't think we do enough, and this is constructive criticism. I don't think we do enough or say enough about that. We seem to be almost totally focused on going to college, and that's important. But what about that segment of the population that wants those kinds of alternatives? The other point I want to make is work-based learning and internship opportunities. As we talk about college and career readiness, every student should have an opportunity, high school student, for a work-based learning experience. That is extreme, whether they're going to college or they're going to become an electrician, they should all have those kinds of opportunities. Internships. Is this program, this new approach, going to ensure that all students, before they graduate, have that opportunity for a work-based learning opportunity, work-based learning experience. And I'm not just talking about internships, volunteer internships. I'm talking about where they make a salary and while they're going to school.
President DeValle, thank you for the feedback. And the first time we presented this to the board members a few weeks ago, we took that feedback and really reflected on what was being presented in this strategy. And so I want to assure you that in the fourth lever, building post-secondary pathways, the pathways that are in this high school strategy, in addition to the pathways identified in the Chicago roadmap, are aligned to labor market opportunities that we are seeing and the post-secondary credentials necessary for our students to be successful in those opportunities. Also, you make a really good point with regards to the opportunities for internships. Also within level 4, we have the second driver, connect education to careers. That's very connected to what you just spoke about with regards to internships, apprenticeships, and connecting our students in a more effective way to opportunities that exist outside of strictly going to college.
Thank you, Deputy Pruitt. I just want to add one more component, and I appreciate the feedback, President Del Valle, and your commitment to career education. We share that commitment, and definitely the expansion around internships and some of these opportunities that Deputy Pruitt mentioned. I also want to say that we recognize the need to do more around counseling and guiding our young students around exploring different pathways. And the 6-12 counseling curriculum is actually designed to do exactly this, to really work with students to identify multiple and diverse set of opportunities that they can pursue, and they're not only thinking about one particular. So starting from the work with the youngsters and expanding some of these opportunities for our current high school students is our approach. And I agree, we can do more. We can do more just all around. That's why we have the new high school strategy. But definitely your feedback is appreciated, and we'll continue to work on strengthening the career opportunities for students.
Now, I'll just add one other thing, if it's okay, President Del Valle, to answer that question. With the high school strategy, what you'll see, to your point about the college going culture, we have done a lot of work within the district to develop a college going culture, which we do believe was the right work. What you see in the high school strategy is career, students obtaining a rewarding career as the North Star, with multiple pathways in order to obtain that career, with college being one, with CTE being one. And so I want to highlight what Eric talked about, because Bogdana mentioned earlier that this is building on work that has already been established in the district, like our CTE programs. When you look at the ARA, our CTE programs is the largest program offering that we have in our high schools. And now we're building on that with aligning the work that we're doing with CTE to the labor market. So going back to that point about career being the North Star, so that our students are accessing the kinds of rewarding careers that will allow them to experience economic mobility. So that I want to really make sure we call out the fact that there are multiple pathways for our students, and that does show up in the high school strategy, as Eric discussed about it aligning to the levers, with CTE being called out as one of those pathways towards a rewarding career.
Any other questions or comments?
I have a comment. So thank you for all this great work and all those research. So I just want to build on President Del Valle's observations and actually start because I received our first kind of career Plan Succeed report over the weekend, where I saw kind of where my son's kind of perceptor was. And so we could talk kind of offline, kind of the specifics of it, but it actually does lay out. So more as a practitioner's perspective, President Del Valle, it does lay out the alternatives, the possibilities that are there. And it does actually really does do a really good job of demonstrating the possibilities. So the actual materials that the district is sending out today to the high school kids does provide options and shows the different career pathings based on where they are today and what they need to do to progress. So kudos to the team that prepared this on kind of where it's at. It's a little dense in the beginning, so it's from a marketing perspective and a material and kind of reading perspective, not how I would design it. So we could talk about offline of suggestions on the initial page, but the subsequent pages are rich in information. So I don't want people, and especially parents, I don't want parents or students to ignore it because of the first impression the first page does. So we need to simplify kind of that message to ensure that it actually gets read and gets digested and understood so that they can actually then see the possibilities. And it does provide a good perspective on whether they pursue a path as an electrician, as a plumber, or whether they want to go to college, right? I think it does really do a good job there. And obviously there's more work to be done here. But what I also want to make sure that we do, and I think this and what you presented does this, and I always want to keep it front and center. And I don't know how to say it in any other way than to say we need to be careful of the bias of low expectations. And so I do not want to lead with what might be the easiest option for them. And that includes parents and students. I actually want to make sure that we articulate the highest potential to unleash their talents and apply it to what they can reach to with options, right? So we also need to make sure that we don't, and so the reason I'm speaking about this, I mean, I've heard it, I can't tell you in how many different domains, people are astonished by some of the comments they make, but it's all because of the bias of lower expectations that they've had. And the same thing happens, and it starts in high school. And unfortunately, sometimes that's, and again, I'll speak from personal experience, it actually starts with counselors too. So we have to be careful about that, right? And make sure that we're not steering students that have much higher potential than what we allowed them to see for themselves. So I want to be really careful that we do not provide the easy way out and actually let them see. And also we'll have an honest conversations about the minimal skill sets that are necessary to succeed going forward. So digital, it's a no-brainer. Obviously, they are all being exposed to it today in how they're learning. Well, guess what? There are so many careers behind the scenes in what they're getting exposed to that they need to be a part of. And this is a perfect opportunity for us to ensure that they learn about that. Some will require more than a high school degree, right? And many of them will, but there are also that do not, right? So we want to make sure that we start to inject some practicality of it as well. So anyway, great progress. We need to work on the opening part of the thing to make sure that it actually gets consumed, so it is not overwhelming, and we need to make it easier to digest. But I once I open the next page, it's so rich of data and charts and information, and I love the numbers that pop out in terms of what they can make for a career, right? Kids understand that. Kids know that, and the majority of kids can relate to that, given the economic conditions that they're in today. Whether it's 80% or 90%, their households are not seeing these kind of numbers, right? And so when they see these kind of numbers, now they have something else to aspire to. So kudos to whoever designed the inner part of the report. We got to work on the outer part of the report.
Any other questions or comments?
President Del Valle, I'd like to just share a couple quick comments. Congratulations, Chief Chukwuma. This is really, really powerful. And your energy really came through in your presentation and got us all really excited about the work. And we can tell that you're really excited and really invested in it. So thank you so much. One more thing I just wanted to highlight here was we talked about more community engagement and external partnerships a lot. I just want to celebrate the internal collaboration that's at play here. That's really powerful and is a really strong lever for change in a school system. So the collaboration around the instructional core in particular. So I know that your team, the networks, have been managing so much related to supporting schools during the pandemic, but kept this work going forward and really thinking about how the networks are accountable for supports. But it feels really incredibly aligned to the work of teaching and learning around the instructional core. And I think that collaboration across those teams feels really promising and full of hope to really leverage the curriculum equity initiative and really doubling down on instruction and professional learning, which we know is really a key to systemic change. And so it really came through really powerfully. I'm really excited and really hopeful about this work. So thank you for your presentation.
President Devay, I'm sorry. Can I just say one last thing?
Sure, certainly.
Thank you. I just want to say something, and as both like an education researcher and a former college counselor myself, I feel like there have been a couple things going on in this conversation that I just want to point out, and also lift up how I think this strategy addresses both of them, right? If we talk about CTE, it is the largest single program in any of our high schools as it stands. There are pathways through career and technical education. But I also want to say that if we look historically at what career and technical education has meant, particularly for those who have been historically disfranchised, it has not led to living wage jobs, right? And so I think that we can hold both of these things at the same time. We can make sure that every student, and I think this is what's powerful about this idea of what is the profile of a graduate of CPS, that we can hold that every graduate of CPS will be college ready. And we can also be clear on what a variety of different paths to a future career may look like, while also understanding that education isn't only about career. Like, all of these things can be here at the same time. And I think that's one thing I appreciate about this plan and this approach to high school more generally, right? And education as an enterprise is that we can have all of these things here without reproducing the inequities that have been there historically. And so I think that we can continue to push on in all of these multiple paths at the same time. And I want to thank again, Chief Chakumbava and also Chief Pruitt for putting this out here for us and giving us more fodder to continue to think about how, again, this is very much aligned with the long-term vision of the district, the 5-year vision, et cetera, the push for equity, right? And what that actually means and looks like. So thank you all. And I appreciate having the conversation, because it is a conversation that it's not just our district that has this conversation. It's a national conversation. This is happening in every district. So it feels good that we can have it, and then we can move forward and start enacting these plans. And let me also say, I'm saying this as someone who was a critic of Learn, Plan, Succeed. And I'm like, oh, look at all this Learn, Plan, Succeed. Oh, so we all grow. Okay, we all grow. And I look forward to growing with you all through this work.
Good, thank you. Any other comments or questions?
I had a quick comment, President Devay. Thank you. I won't repeat the really great comments that my fellow board members have made. I just wanted to say thanks for all the work that has gone into this. It can, especially when schools are concerned, which are so complex, and changing them is even more complex. It can take a lot of work to get to simple. And I think your team and the other teams that have been involved did a lot of work to come up with a really great strategy, and then also did work to help us understand it. I definitely understand it better than when I first read things about this, and that's largely thanks to you and everyone else who worked on it and helped us understand. I want to highlight a few things that I really like. One is, as you mentioned, this builds on prior work. It's not starting over. It's saying, what can we do better? And it's very clear-eyed in doing that. Second, I think it's very comprehensive, and yet it's focused on some key levers for change and some key strategies. And third, I think what I really liked about it, as I dug more into it, is how student-centered it is, starting with the graduate profile, but then moving into what are we doing so that every student succeeds. That is through the unit of change of the school, but the ultimate beneficiary we want is the student. And so I really appreciate the clarity that the strategy has laid out, given that it's such a complex endeavor and will shape a lot of work going forward in many ways for a while. I think that's really going to help schools, and I think it's also going to help us with the other questions that we have to consider as a district, whether that's around enrollment or budget or other policies. All of them really exist to ensure that our students are successful. And so this has been really illuminating about what do we need to do to make those things work so that instruction can work really well in schools and so all of our students do succeed. So thank you.
If there are no other questions or comments, I just want to add one more thing. A lot of things have changed over the years, but I don't think that the need for strong academic, vocational, and personal counseling has changed. If anything, the need has increased. Do we have the type of staffing levels in terms of counselors and what the student counselor ratio is right now to be able to help students navigate through all this wonderful data and information that you're making available through the plan that they all have to develop? The counseling component, is it growing? Are we strengthening it as part of this plan?
Yeah, I can talk a little bit about that. The answer is yes. I think what's important to note about our efforts around counseling, we definitely look at staffing and workforce supply, but we also have leveraged technology in ways that I think have been incredibly helpful. So drawing on Lucino's point around the Learn, Plan, Succeed Spotlight report, this is something that counselors used to cobble together on their own and do with, a myriad of spreadsheets. Now it's produced at key intervals, sent directly to the parents, directly to the schools, and it enables a more informed three-way conversation between the student, the family, and the counselor. We also have invested in Naviance, which is now, it used to be a program that really only the selective enrollment schools had, and maybe the schools that were working with University of Chicago. Now all of our schools have Naviance. All of our students are signed up in there. And again, it enables, email nudges, meeting requests. And so I do want to say that we've expanded, but we have leveraged technology a lot in order to do this work. The last thing I would lift up, and I don't know if LaTanya want to weigh in as well, is the philanthropic community has invested in this, I would say, for the last 15 years. And one of the things that they have done is provided college counseling, mini courses for all of our counselors. We started with the goal of having one I'm sorry, I'm messing up the acronym, but one certified counselor in each school. We're at a point now where almost all of our high school counselors have received this certification, and we're going to continue working towards that because, a lot of them don't get some of the specific training in their pre-service programs. And so definitely continuing to prioritize training of our counselors, but we've also leveraged technology in order to make for better communication and identify the kids who were not being served. Because in the past, it was easy because counselors were working really hard, but it's easy when it's the kids who show up or emerge. Now with the data, we know this student hasn't had a conversation, hasn't had a Learn, Plan, Succeed conversation, board member Todd Breland. And so we can pull them from the lunch line or ask them to come and have this conversation because we have better data to tell us who is getting those types of touch points.
Have we reduced the counselor-student ratio?
We have foundational, I've reduced it from what? Do you want us to go from what? I could go back and get like what the number was per pupil from maybe 2000 or whatever demarcation you give me and do a comparison. But what is important to note is every single school in CPS has a counselor. It's a foundational position. We have provided additional post-secondary positions in CPS since 2015 through our post-secondary specialists and college navigators. That happened prior, to this board signing on. So that reduced the caseload for our counselors, so that those individuals would be able to work solely on post-secondary planning for our students. But I'm happy to get a report that outlines the counseling and post-secondary support that each school currently has, and maybe compare that back to 2000 or whatever point you think makes sense for comparison purposes.
Very good. Very good. Thank you.
President Valle, can I say something very briefly?
Yes.
I will be very brief. I echo everything that my fellow board members said, but I also want to say that what spoke to me personally was how masterfully the high school strategy balances a vision for the whole district, but it also leaves room for individual schools and communities to adapt that vision to their contextual and needs. And that is something that always impresses me, because I think context matters, and what communities, the characteristics of communities and what they want really matters. So thank you.
Thank you.
President Del Valle, can I just take a moment to acknowledge my team?
Yes, certainly.
I would like to just uplift and celebrate Chief Shkumbava and Chief Pruitt. This has been a lot of work, especially as Bogdana said, in the middle of a pandemic. But they have stayed the course. It's been a labor of love. It's been challenging. But I think what's most important is that they recognize that there is life after the crisis, and that we have to make sure as a district we are positioning all of our students for their future success. So I just want to thank them for remaining focused and diligent, despite some of the distractions that have occurred, and all of the things that they've been doing with the crisis, with the reopening. They still got this over the finish line, and now the hard work is ahead of making sure we're implementing with fidelity and executing on all of our commitments. But I just would be remiss if I did not celebrate them in this moment and thank them for all of their hard work. So thank you both so much for your incredible leadership.
Thank you. Thank you for your hard work and leadership. We could all wave.
I think
can we go on to the next presentation?
We can. If just to wrap this up, I do want to thank the board for all of your comments. I think I speak on behalf of the team. I could sit here and have this discussion for 3 hours talking about our high schools. And so really appreciate the authentic interest and engagement that we've had around this. And I think the plan is better as a result. I do want to lift up 2 points of convergence, or maybe an ask for the board. One is earlier, board member Rome, you talked about the working group that you and board member Hawthorne are going to be working on. I think that this work around special education students having more access in our selective enrollment schools is something that I hope you guys would add as an agenda item. I think that, I talked to Chief Sweeney about this, and when we talk about equity, it's really easy to talk about equity when you are adding something. But in this case, we are really talking about redistributing seats in a way to be more equitable and to make these schools look more like the population and demographics of CPS. And we're going to need the board members and other community members to really lock arms with us over this and be in a position to do what's right, because we all acknowledge for far too long the schools do not reflect the demographics of the district. And so this is the first step in the series of many, and I would love to have the support of the board and this working group to have us have those conversations. And then the last thing I wanted to lift up was around the algebra program, and really just acknowledge and hope that this provides some, ray of light or hope for everybody. This is a perfect example of an innovation that I don't think would have existed prior to us being thrusted into COVID. As we were trying to address the issues around math, access, and inequity, we kept, bumping up against the system. We were thinking about the school as the 4 walls, and we need to get a certified teacher in the building and running up against all of those challenges with budget. Now we're going to be able to offer this across the district, leveraging what we've learned around remote learning, so that hundreds of students and eventually thousands will have early access to high school courses where that had only been reserved for a few who could get into academic programs. So I really want to lift up the team's innovation and ingenuity in that space, and hopefully we'll be citing more innovative practices like that that are born out of our, this crisis that we face. With that said, we're going to transition to our last presentation that answers the question everybody's been wondering today: why does Matt Lyons have on a tie? He's going to do a presentation on principal. He knows I tease him all the time about his tie, but he is going to do a presentation on non-union compensation. And again, this is aligned with our equity work that we've been engaged in with regard to our staff. So I'll turn it over to Matt Lyons.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson. When I'm wearing a tie, it gets a comment. When I don't wear a tie, I also get a comment. It's great. It makes me feel at home. That's the family I grew up in. So good afternoon, members of the board. Today, Christina Jordan, the Deputy Chief Talent Officer, and I have the privilege of presenting to you for consideration a resolution to establish new non-union compensation guidelines affecting predominantly CPS's central and network office staff. This is the culmination of a year's worth of work, analysis, and development, and is part of a broader CPS effort to continue to increase diversity in district leadership and to identify and address systemic inequities in policies and practices. Before we dig deeper on that topic, I first want to provide a brief update on a different but related set of actions we took this morning to recognize the incredible leadership of our principals and assistant principals. So, we know that great schools require great leaders, and at CPS, we're blessed with many of both. Working tirelessly, as always, our principals and APs have led, honestly, brilliantly through the pandemic, and they continue to do so, as do our teachers and other school staff, as we near the return of students early next year. While other school-based employees have received raises in each of the last 3 school years, school leaders have not received a raise since 2017. So about a year ago, we started a process to involve and collaborate with principals and assistant principals on how to improve the financial and non-financial compensation available to school leaders. A 15-member working group of principals and assistant principals met to review the compensation plan currently in place and identify the key challenges that we should address. The Principal Advisory Committee weighed in to provide feedback, and most recently we held 8 feedback sessions with more than 100 principals and assistant principals representing each region of the city and all types of schools. And what emerged was a clear picture for how we can improve while also staying within our means. Now, earlier today, the CPAA president came before the board and the public, and I want to directly address one specific statement that was false. I assume it was made through misunderstanding and unintentional. Specifically, he stated that the district told principals and assistant principals earlier this year that it would not move ahead with any raises for them. He was presumably referencing an August 21st email to administrators, informing them that we were not yet ready to implement the changes we were working on. I wrote that email. In it, it says this is a matter of when and not if we will make these changes to keep our administrator salary plans competitive. So our actions to improve pay and other benefits that I'm going to walk through right now have been a year in the making, contrary to that statement. So on the financial side of things, I'm going to talk a little bit about the feedback we heard. We heard school leaders should get the same annual raises as unions. We heard that some experienced administrators were maxed out on the step schedule, and that newer assistant principals in particular were not compensated enough to differentiate their pay sufficiently from the experienced teachers that they manage. And we also heard that leaders at schools that run extended calendars should be paid more. So in response to that feedback, we actually changed our initial plan. We'd increased the initial salary raise that we'd discussed from $10,000 over 4 years to $15,000 over 4 years. We set a minimum guaranteed raise for teachers moving to the AP role. And we added a new stipend to increase pay for leaders at extended year schools. Similarly, we heard some feedback, really important feedback on the non-financial side. We heard that administrators should be able to earn stipends for additional duties, including summer school. You can go to the next slide too, thank you. That summer school site selection was too often done without enough consultation with the schools. And we also heard that school leaders need more downtime. Chief McDade earlier referenced, and I spoke briefly about, health and wellness. And this really came up, that during the summer, school leaders needed more time to plan or take time off, be with their families, et cetera. And so in response to that feedback, we changed how summer school really is done, from site selection to how administrators opt into leading summer school. And lead administrators of summer school will be eligible for a stipend this coming summer. We've also introduced more flexibility in the summer for administrators, and 2 designated weeks without deadlines or meetings or PD that are required, so that they can take time off or be with their families. We've also provided more time off and more vacation rollover days for principals and APs, and we'll be developing a detailed compensation and benefits guide specifically for school leaders, as we heard that a lot of them needed more clarity around all the different changes, as many had been career teachers prior to moving into administration. In the aggregate, these financial and non-financial changes are a comprehensive response to the feedback we heard from school leaders. It wasn't everything that anybody was asking for, of course, but it did comprehensively address the feedback that we heard. And it's also an important investment of about $4.5 million in our school leadership at CPS. School level leadership that is perhaps more important and more necessary than it ever has been before, as we look to recover from the pandemic. The other compensation item that is actually before the board today is a resolution, as I said, approving new non-union compensation guidelines. These guidelines are part of a framework we're building in the talent office and across CPS to bring more structure, transparency, and equity to our compensation practices, and to ensure that our district at all levels reflects the diversity of Chicago's communities and the equity at the core of our mission. As you'll hear in a moment from Christina, the analysis identified inequities that must be addressed, and it defines a path forward for the district to improve diversity of the management and the leadership staff and continue to live up to our values. Our work has been and continues to be about interrupting biased and inequitable systems where we find them. And I really want to thank, before we start, Christina and Angela Shahjahan on her team for the thorough and thoughtful work that you're going to hear about. So I will now turn it over to Christina to discuss in more detail.
Thank you, Matt, and good afternoon to the senior leaders and the board members. Achieving CPS's mission not only requires great teachers and great principals, we also need diverse, high caliber employees outside of the classroom working within our central and network offices. Central and network office employees provide critical academic and operational support to students, families, and schools district-wide. Attracting and retaining high caliber talent is imperative to our mission of providing a high quality education for every student. As such, actively identifying inequities that hinder our ability to obtain diverse talent must be a focus of our everyday efforts. One clear area of inequity impacting central and network office employees is our non-union compensation structure. The non-union compensation plan has not been updated for over a decade, resulting in a structure that is neither aligned to the market nor designed to equitably reward non-union employees for the hard work that they complete on behalf of students across the city of Chicago on a daily basis. It had to be changed and aligned to best practices in order to accomplish our vision. Examining and then updating a compensation plan of more than 800 jobs representing more than 1,500 people is intensive work. And we began the process a year ago when the board approved a partnership with Korn Ferry, a global consulting firm and industry leader for compensation analysis and design. A comprehensive review was completed of central and network office jobs that included defining role responsibilities, required qualifications, and key accountabilities needed. Our roles were then benchmarked and matched to a comparable role in the general labor market and benchmarked using local and national salary data with thousands of participants across industries. Roles solely found in K-12 education were benchmarked to 9 large urban districts nationally. We used this data to develop new market-aligned salary grades and slotted roles into the new salary grades, and then evaluated pay equity. We also formed job families into splitting roles into functional areas such as data management, IT, law, et cetera. And finally, we also evaluated the competitiveness of our non-monetary benefits offerings. Key deliverables coming out of the study were the development of a market-aligned salary structure with clear job classifications and titling conventions, which we're in the process of finalizing, a pay equity analysis, and clear and transparent compensation guidelines. Today, you are voting on the new compensation guidelines, which are the guardrails for how the new compensation system will work. The guidelines include a CPS's non-union compensation philosophy, a high-level process for how jobs are defined and evaluated, information regarding how roles are placed within the salary grades and the corresponding quartiles, employee position move definitions and guidance related to promotions, demotions, and other employee moves and how they impact pay, details regarding the yet to be developed framework for a new merit pay system, and the ongoing maintenance steps that we will take to ensure that the new compensation structure remains competitive over time. Outside of the guidelines, we are finalizing the new salary grades and the norming of titles and general guidelines for role levels, both of which we will transition to in January. We are also designing and developing a new merit structure to link compensation to RISE, the performance management process for full-time, non-union, central office and network office employees in FY22. Only after all roles were placed within the new salary structure could we begin one of the most critical components of the compensation study, which was the pay equity analysis. This is a look at how competitively we pay across different demographic groups of employees and how they're paid in comparison to one another and to the general market. So let's review what we uncovered. As a baseline, if we look at the central and network office as a group, you will see that the majority of our full-time, non-union central and network office employees fall into the professional group, and about a quarter are managers. When we go deeper into the demographics of the data, we found that women make up about 67% of our central network office employees, but you can see that they are only 59% of our managers and about half of our officers. On the other hand, women make up the vast majority of the administrative and support group within the central and network offices. When we do the same comparison by race and ethnicity, there are nearly twice as many white managers as Black and Latinx combined. Only 13% of our managers are Latinx. However, the majority of our administrative and support employees are Black and Latinx, reflecting overrepresentation. This under and overrepresentation has real impacts, most notably on our employees' opportunity for growth and on pay equity. So pay equity means compensating employees the same when they perform the same or similar job duties while accounting for other factors such as experience level, job performance, and tenure. We evaluated pay equity using 2 different pay indicators. The first, adjusted pay equity, looks at how much the district pays each group relative to the market rate of $1. In an equitable system, groups are paid similarly relative to the market. Adjusted pay equity compares the pay of employees in the same salary grade to ensure an apples to apples comparison in the roles. In terms of adjusted pay equity, we found that women are more market aligned than men, We also found that white employees are paid more closely to the market than Black and Latinx employees. While adjusted pay equity compares pay of employees in jobs with similar market value, unadjusted pay equity, the second indicator, looks at the overall pay for each group, inclusive of all roles across functions at all levels of the central office. Stepping back to look at the broader data, we can see the effects of having women, Black, and Latinx employees skew toward administrative and support roles. Overall, women are paid 94 cents for every dollar a man is paid. Black employees are paid 83 cents for every dollar a white employee is paid, and Latinx employees are paid 78 cents per dollar. It is clear here that representation matters. When we see groups that have low representation in managerial jobs, we tend to see an overall gap in pay, even if our pay practices are equitable. This is compounded when a group is overrepresented in administrative and support roles. Now, while central and network office employees represent just a fraction of CPS's overall employee population, the district is still one of the largest employers in the city of Chicago and the state of Illinois. There are also many central and network office employees that are CPS grads and/or parents of current CPS students. Addressing and correcting inequities in our pay practices will drive change beyond CPS by increasing the economic impact that our employees make within their communities throughout the city as a whole. As part of implementing the new compensation plan, we will correct individual inequities by adjusting the salaries of employees who are paid below the minimum of their new salary grade. 3% of central and network office employees are paid below the min of their new salary grade currently. This group will be brought up to at least the minimum of the new salary grade. Additionally, about 18% of employees will receive an increase based on their experience within their role or competitiveness of their pay with the market. These changes are intended to improve pay equity as we implement the new guidelines. Lastly, for the first time in 2.5 years, the rest of non-union employees will receive a 2% pay increase. Overall, the cost to transition to the new compensation plan will be $2.5 million in FY21. In addition to correcting any individual inequity we find, it is clear that coming out of this study that our most significant impact to improve our pay equity is by increasing the representation of Black and Latinx employees in management and senior leadership roles. Again, representation matters, both to ensure that CPS employees making decisions that impact more than 340,000 students are representative of their communities, and also so that our pay practices align with our mission and values as an organization. We envision a high-performing central and network office population that is representative of the diversity of the city of Chicago, overall and across salary grades. For context, the city is roughly 30% Black, 30% Latinx, and 30% white. To achieve this goal, we're focused on implementing data-driven, diversity, equity, and inclusion-rooted recruitment and selection strategies and eliminating bias in our hiring processes. The talent management team within the talent office is focused on executing proactive and intentional recruitment and selection strategies that benefit all of central office, including establishing department-specific interventions based upon gaps that we find in each office's specific pay equity and demographic data. Since closing out the study in September, we've met with chiefs to review their team's specific demographic and pay equity data, identifying opportunity areas, and we also will be rolling out quarterly reports and diversity action plans aligned to broader central office goals. Supported by research, we will focus on mitigating bias in our recruitment and selection processes in manager level searches and above. And we focus on manager level and above, as you can see from the compensation data. Our most entry level and administrative and support roles are already extremely diverse. So we're going to focus on this by creating guidelines for job descriptions to remove gender and race-based language, using gender neutral pronouns, and monitoring required qualifications. We'll be providing tools and resources to aid managers in creating structured, consistent interview processes with defined hiring steps, candidate competencies, and interview questions prior to starting a search and using them consistently for all candidates. We'll be requiring diverse interview teams that are at least 50% people of color, mixed gendered, and multi-department. Per research, we know that work samples are one of the most predictive selection tools when hiring. So we will require the inclusion of an interview exercise into all manager level and above searches, and that 50% of candidates that move to the exercise round must be candidates of color. Finally, we will provide implicit bias training for all hiring managers and ongoing training on recruitment and selection best practices. Obtaining a thorough understanding of our pay equity and diverse representation opportunities and transparently sharing this information internally and externally is an initial step in addressing our inequities. We're also focused on taking steps to actively address our gaps. A sample of some key milestones include rolling out a quarterly diversity dashboard with demographics for each office in February 2020, creating diversity action plans in partnership with central office leaders in spring 2021, based upon the principle of targeted universalism within CPS's equity framework, providing implicit bias training for all hiring managers and leadership program selectors in spring 2021, and developing training, tools, and resources for hiring managers to support the design and implementation of bias-free recruitment and selection processes throughout the spring and summer of 2021. We believe broadly rolling out research-based strategies to drive improvements in leadership representation will significantly improve the diverse representation of our leaders and pay equity, placing us on a path to achieve our goal of building a workforce representative of the diversity of the city of Chicago. Thank you, and we're happy to take any questions at this time.
Any questions for?
President Valle?
Yes, Member Stella.
First of all, great work. Thank you for the context, a lot of great research to get us to where we are. There's nothing like transparency of data. We might not like it, and I certainly don't like it. I don't like what I just saw, but I'm glad that it's out there, and I'm glad that we have transparency into it, and I'm glad that we're starting to take some actions. One request that I have is on the next steps is, and I'm glad that those next steps are there the way you've outlined them. But I also want to make sure that we get the quarterly reports also go to the board, and on an annual basis, we have this type of transparent discussion on the progress we're making. I'm really concerned kind of at the, and this, it's spot on. It's this manifests itself across the district, not just on the support functions, right? So we have some work to do on the management tracks at all levels, right? So, disappointed to see the 18% in officers level, 13% at the manager level. On the Latinx side, similar patterns in other categories. But we also need to see kind of the progress and what the goals are, right? So just understanding the current state is good, but I also want to make sure that we're tracking to goals, right? So what does a reasonable goal look like for year one, a goal for year two, and a goal for year three, and that we start tracking progress on an annual basis that is transparent to the district, that we see how we're tackling it. I know it's not going to be an overnight thing that will solve for it, but knowing the problem statement is half the battle. What we do about it is equally important, and then having the transparency of what's working and what's not, to make sure that the public also sees the progress that we're making to address, right? So yes, the 78 cents to $1 is shocking, but not surprising. The 83 cents to the dollar is also shocking, but not surprising. I think you've laid out all the right steps. We just need to add some more, for lack of a better word, just another level of accountability that provides the transparency to the board on a quarterly basis, and then on an annual basis to the broader public on how we're making progress and what the goals are year after year so that we can reach equity. I know we all talk about it. And I know Dr. Sweeney has done a tremendous job on the broader sense of equity throughout the district. This is yet another dimension in which we need to continue to make progress. So thank you for all the research. Thank you for all the work. Thank you for being transparent at where we are. I want to continue that transparency and how we're making progress so that we have that level of transparency, how we're going to make it better.
Thank you. Yes, absolutely. And one of the reasons we wanted to be here and speak so candidly about it is to increase the accountability. Systems don't change themselves,
right?
And it takes an active and consistent effort to do it, and that's what we're committed to doing.
Great. So that would be good. That we start to lay out some of the goals. We start to lay out some of the goals by year, and then progress reports on a quarterly basis, and then a public discussion on an annual basis, so we can see, a year from now, how have those metrics moved.
Mr. President?
Yes, Member Truss.
Yeah. First, I'd like to just thank Dr. Jackson, Matt, Christina, including my fellow board members, because I believe all of us share the same concern as board member Sotelo had when it comes to equity and compensation. And just want to thank everyone, because this has been ongoing conversations. One of them, Todd Breland, with your efforts in terms of Black and Brown equity in terms of staffing. So I just want to let the public know that this, as President DeVay stated in previous meetings, is that we do talk to everybody to kind of to help guide us to the type of questions and efforts that we need to make here, and that this is just one of the, you can say, the benefit of all of that. So we just want to thank everyone, and the work continues.
President Todd, sorry.
Member Todd Breland. And then,
I'll wait. It's okay. I'll wait.
Okay, Vice President Rivaluri, and then Member Todd Breland.
Oh, thank you, Elizabeth. I do have to go in a few minutes, so I can sneak my question in before I hop off. I really appreciate, as Lucino and Dwayne mentioned, the explanation of why this is important, and also the specific steps you've laid out with management to keep us informed and to keep progress going. I did have one question. Between these two, these are worthwhile but significant financial investments for the district, and it's at a time when we're kind of crunched both on the revenue side and the expenditure side, and there's a lot of uncertainty. And so I just had a couple questions on that front. How much will all of this cost, and how are we paying for it? And why now, keeping in mind that with all the reasons that you said, we should have done this a long time ago, but why now? I hope those aren't conflicting questions.
No, not at all. I appreciate the question. So to answer the first question first, the investments in principals and assistant principal compensation is about $4.5 million annually, and the investment in the non-union, the transition to the non-union compensation structure, as Christina laid it out, is about $2.5 million this year, this fiscal year. These were planned investments at the well before the start of this fiscal year, and in terms of the question about why now, I think we can all recognize there's never really a great time to make tough choices, but fundamentally, caring about equity as an organization means doing something when we find inequity, and actually more than that, to seek it out intentionally if we suspect it's there. And I think this is maybe the best example of something that actually is within our control, of all the inequities that we encounter in this work, and everyone knows this. Depending on where they sit, they see it in different ways. But this is actually one of the few cases where this one is within our control fully to address and on a shorter time span than most. So yeah, it's necessary, and it's necessary to do it as soon as we can.
I also think, first, I think that those are fair questions. I think the biggest piece for me is the importance around recognizing talent. We have worked extremely hard around principal retention. When we first started tracking that work, CPS was losing about a third of our principals annually. That retention rate is now well below 10%. I mean, sorry, the departure rate is well below 10%. And it's because of a lot of concerted efforts. And we can't meet the ambitious goals outlined in our vision if we don't have talented leaders and teachers. And so compensating both our teachers as well as our district employees allows us to create the kind of sustainability that we need in order to meet the goals outlined in our vision. The other piece is that, you know, as Matt pointed out, it's never a great time to do any of this, but a lot of our people have been working extremely hard during this process. All of us have struggled through this process, but we've been blessed to have so many people stick with the district and, you know, work and show up on behalf of our children every single day. And we think that this, you know, shows that we value them. I think people know that already, but this is a way to put, for lack of a better phrase, our money where our mouth is, to show that we truly value our employees.
Thank you.
Okay. Member Tabrili.
Thank you. I had a couple comments, and then I promise there's a question in here at the end. But I just wanted to start by expressing, thank you, Matt, for the presentation and your team for all of this work, and express my appreciation for the hard work of our principals and APs always, but particularly over the course of the last several months, and just being happy to be able to finally implement the raises for administrators that have been planned since the summer. And an overall package, I think, that is also, it's notable, has been made more responsive by engaging with over 100 principals and APs, which I think is really important that their feedback was part of this. And then on the non-union compensation, I really want to thank you, Christina Jordan, for your analysis here, for your recommendations, for the really thoughtful work that went behind it. I mean, look, institutional racism is often intractable, but the first step in dismantling institutional racism is actually identifying that there is a problem. And if you don't do anything, these patterns will continue. And so I appreciate the effort that you went to get that information, to make that transparent here for us so that we can then do something. I think a couple things that feel particularly important to me about this is that part of this effort will raise the income floor for our lowest paid workers, and that part of the workforce is predominantly Black and Latinx women. So when we look at the overall picture and you see figures like 73 cents on a dollar, 83 cents on a dollar, and we know that's unacceptable, that is an intersectional problem, right? It's a race and gender intersectional problem that's happening there. And so raising the floor for our employees, and anyone who's ever worked in an office space knows that support staff, those are essential workers, right? And so I think, you know, being able to compensate them, many of whom are also longtime employees, and to be able to compensate them for that work is important. You know, it was mentioned, but one of the things that I think I just didn't think about, honestly, before I came into this space as a board member, CPS is the largest employer in the city, right? And I mean, we said the federal government, I guess, technically is larger, but not in a single agency. We are the largest employer in this city. And we're far more diverse than any private sector employee that exists in the city. And also, honestly, far more than our other public sector institutions that are here or elsewhere. But if we're still not doing enough, that's a problem. And if we're not doing right, how can we expect anybody else to? So I appreciate that this is a affirmative vision of CPS diversifying our workforce. I think I see this as very much aligned with some of the work that I've had the privilege of being involved in working with Matt and Felipe and the others in the team, and thinking about if we are intentional in shifting the way that we think about who our students are and thinking about our students as our future workforce, that this requires that we make our salaries competitive, that we foreground pay equity, because we think our students who we see as our future workers are worthy of that, as well as the people who currently sit in those seats. And so I just really appreciate the thoughtful approach to the ways that the solutions also institutionalize this work. So with all of that, my actual question. So today, right, what we're actually voting on is about setting the intention, creating guidelines, and approach to remedying some of these problems. But I was wondering if, in addition to some of the approach issues, if you could say a bit more about when and how these actual adjustments are going to be implemented.
Yeah, thank you. For the comment and the question. I do want to clarify, Mr. President and board members, I misspoke earlier. I said this was a resolution to be voted on. It's actually a delegable CEO report. So this is within the kind of authority that the CEO is delegated by the board already. And this is a report to be accepted by the board. That was my mistake. I said that early on. But in terms of the question about kind of next steps in particular, so the principals and assistant principals will begin to see the changes implemented in as early as Friday, some of the pay changes, and then on the next paycheck on December 31st. As Christina mentioned, for the non-union compensation guidelines, which are being accepted, yes, they lay out essentially the roadmap, the guardrails for what the compensation system will look like and how it will work, how our team, actually Christina's team, most specifically, will make its decisions and be guided by kind of a public framework for making those compensation decisions. The transition, so the actions that we'll take with individual employee pay in transition from one system to the other will take effect in January. So they may not be implemented by January 4th. In fact, they won't be in the systems yet, but we'll be starting to communicate to employees in mid-January, and they'll be effective at the beginning, back to the beginning of the 2021 calendar year.
Okay, thank you.
President Del Valle, can
Yes.
I jump in?
Oh,
I might be a little redundant here, but it feels really important to me to lift up this work and show my support for it and my appreciation for the talent team's resolve to really unpack what's happening and to really take bold and strong and courageous steps to disrupt it. I'm not gonna say it as eloquently as Dr. Todd Breland did, but really appreciate her comments and her collaboration with the talent team on equity and workforce issues. I also want to speak from the perspective of a former principal, and I'm looking at the faces of other former principals on the call right now, and just say that I know principals do this work, they would keep doing it, and they have foregone raises and they've taken furlough days because they feel like leaders in their communities, and they stay and they stabilize. And we've seen that so powerfully during this pandemic. But I really, really hope that they feel seen and valued and heard, because some of these issues have been systemic for a long time. And this is the first time that I have seen, since I've been collaborating and working and with the district, somebody really take the step to disrupt that. So I think it's really significant that there were adjustments to the AP starting salary and creating a floor there, so that we're really incenting people to enter that pipeline. To Dr. Jackson's point, that our talent is our most important asset in really changing the trajectory for kids. So I just really appreciate that work and really appreciate modeling disruption. Again, I think it was already lifted up that this feels like a tricky or sticky time to make these changes. And I appreciate your courage to not accept that you don't have the power and control to change the institutional practices that would really mitigate the institutional racism that we saw in the data, and just really appreciate that and think it's not just bold and courageous, but really intentional and strategic work. So thank you so much.
well stated by everyone. Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments for Matt or Christina? If not, I also want to thank you for your excellent work. And I think, again, your work is indicative of the excellence of the team that Dr. Jackson has built at CPS, and the leadership that's provided by Latanya and others, and Arnie, and the encouragement, and no hesitation to take on tough issues. In the past, this type of conversation wouldn't take place. It didn't take place because it's tough, it's difficult, and there are no easy answers. And once you acknowledge the problem, then you're kind of obligated to do something about it. We are not reluctant, and I mean that as we, all of us, board, to acknowledge problems that exist and then proceed to address them. Maybe not always to everyone's satisfaction. Sometimes the pace is not even to our satisfaction. But I don't think anyone can accuse you of not being willing to take on tough issues. So thanks very much for your work. And I just want to see as much of it get done before, changes occur. I hate to lose any of you because we've got all this work in front of us. And so I hope you all stick around because we want to see this through. So thank you once again. Dr. Jackson, that concludes the reports.
Yep. I just want to thank my team, Matt, Christina, and Angela did an exceptional job. So just want to publicly thank them for their hard work. And this concludes the rest of the CEO reports.
Okay, thank you.
President Valle?
Yes.
Just reinforce, if you will, because I know we're going through a lot, and you teed this up perfectly in your opening remarks. But everyone, all sessions that the ORU documents that we received today in this public discussions did not come by accident. There's a lot of great work that has been going on with strong due diligence to look at every angle. And it's actually appropriate with the session that we've ended to ensure that we recognize and reward all the great work that's going on behind the scenes to ensure that our students have a safe learning environment in whatever option they choose, to ensure that we have a strong foundation to build on with our solid high school strategy that's equitable across the whole city. And then that we reward all of the CPS accordingly, from our teachers to what Elizabeth just mentioned, to ensure that we recognize the custodians as much as we recognize, as well as the lunch manager, to the principals. Amy obviously has done this labor of love herself, and I'm so glad that, Matt, you kind of brought us to this part to do as much as we can to recognize the assistant principals and the principals for all of the great work that they have done throughout. So I just want to acknowledge and thank everyone for all the great work that they've done to date, and certainly showed in all the great sessions we had today.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other comments before we move on to the public agenda items? Are there any questions or comments on items on the public agenda?
Mr. President?
Yes, Member Truss.
Just real brief, I want to thank Reverend Al Connolly, Connolly, and Faith staff, senior CPS management, for doing something that at least in my experience working with CPS, is the engagement of the faith-based community when it came to the adopting new sexual health education policy. That's something that's really forward thinking, and I just want to say thank you and acknowledge and appreciate that conversation. And my understanding is that those members of the faith-based community really appreciate it, because it's easy to say with a difficult conversation like that, some men of the cloth may take offense to it, but quite the opposite. They were really happy to be able to at least have that conversation and be approached about it. So I just want to just thank management as well as FACE for that.
Good, thank you. Any other comments or questions regarding items on the public agenda?
Yes, President Del Valle, I had a question about the same policy.
Yes, Member Roll.
We heard, many board members met with community folks, students, teachers, parents who were very interested in the sexual health and wellness policy. And it was we put the policy out for public comment, and there was lots of public comment that was received and a thoughtful CPS response to that public comment. But wondered if someone could address today what we heard in public participation, that the policy is still not been responsive to the public comment because it doesn't address resources and more consistent and continuous training for staff to be considered certified. And I wondered if anybody could speak to that.
Hi, yes, this is Tara DiClemente, I'm Manager of Health Promotion and Office of Student Health and Wellness. So just as you said, Amy, we engaged with Healing to Action several times, as well as around 70 other community members, principals, students. We did a very robust engagement. Particularly to the training point, we did condense the training this year. We typically used to have a full day training that included breaks and lunch that also required substitute teachers to cover for the teacher who left the building for the day. And it just was a long, and we used to get feedback from particularly health educators who were certified in health education that they really appreciated it, but that it could be condensed. So we consistently received that feedback. Then came COVID, and to uplift much of what has been said already on this call, we had to pivot and figure out how to do our training where we weren't losing content, we weren't losing the skill building, and really those key identifiable skills and trainings that teachers need to leave with. I had my team pull some numbers. We've been able to train 70 more people per month due to the condensed training. We have not lost any content. What we've done is actually just shortened activities. We've made it very succinct. And so what we've heard back, 98% of teachers said that they strongly agree that they can describe the benefits of sexual health education, that they know one or more techniques to promote and create safe and supportive environments. And we're just getting a lot of great feedback from teachers who have taken the past training and are taking this, where they say, this is much more feasible for me to take annually, to take a 90-minute training versus a 6 to 8 hour. And I think that it just lends to the virtual environment. Nobody wants to sit for 6 hours, so people are more engaged and ready to take out of the training what they need. So it's definitely heard, but we are really seeing a lot of success with our updated training, and we haven't lost that content.
In the spirit of continuous improvement, if as we move forward post-pandemic, if I'm assuming they'll still be surveying of teachers and really understanding the impact of that training on delivering the content and curriculum and experience and keeping kids safe, and monitoring the training approach if we find that there's a need to shift. Is that true?
Yes, absolutely. And so this also is part of a very large initiative we have out of our office through a 5-year grant from the CDC, where we are required to evaluate all of the work that we're doing. And so it's not just the teacher evaluations. We have a UIC external evaluator who meets with principals, who meets with teachers, community members, and listens as that third party to hear all of the feedback, and that we have informed and changed our trainings. Almost every training is tweaked because we take the feedback immediately and update to make sure the next one is better than the last one. So we will absolutely continue to monitor that. We also monitor, of course, through our Healthy CPS survey and technical assistance to schools. We regularly engage with leaders, principals, and the health and physical education department to make sure that we're staying up to date with the leaders of health education and really providing the best resources to our teachers.
Thank you.
That's right. Can I put my 2 cents in here too? I just have to say,
yes,
I think to some degree, Ms. Jones's comments were somewhat misleading. There were 177 comments, 95% of those were form letters. It's the same letter over and over again that was fundamentally about implementation and resources and not about the policy itself, which was widely endorsed across many community organizations. Also, I do want to say that CPS is not relying on this particular training to make it safer with regard to the staff's awareness of the issue of child abuse, how to recognize it and what to do about it. That's another kind of training that everybody in the district has to do every year. So there are those points I wanted to make. Also, 2018 is ancient history in so many ways, including the way that she mentioned.
Member Rome, do you have follow-up questions?
I don't right now. I'll definitely give some space for other board members to ask questions if they have them about the policy.
Any other questions on this topic or comments? Okay. Then if there are no other questions or comments regarding items on the public agenda, we'll now proceed with the vote on public agenda items. Madam Secretary, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will begin with items on the public agenda, read the board report numbers and brief titles. The following items do require a vote. RS1 is to amend the September 2020 resolution authorizing expenditures and actions in response to the coronavirus disease 2019. And the amendment, Mr. President, revises the end date from December 31st, 2020 to March 31st, 2021 on page 2 of the resolution. Moving on to RS3. RS3 is to request the PBC to undertake the FY21 Saguenesh Elementary Annex Project. RS3 is the resolution to authorize the appointment of members to the local school councils for the new terms of office. And Mr. President, for the record, I would like to note that RS3 will be revised and the final will be included in the agenda of action. And to note, on Exhibit A, teachers, 3 names will be added. Keith Font for Carter, Adeneki Fafour for Bowen, and Catherine Whittington for Julian. Also, on Exhibit B for non-teachers, 1 name will be added, Nicole Collins for Sherman. I'll continue with PO1. PO1 will rescind the February 2013 sexual health education policy and adopt a new sexual health education policy. Moving on to PO2, this policy will rescind board reports from June of 2017 for the local school wellness policy for students, and also the June 2017 board report for the healthy snack and beverage policy, and adopt a new local school wellness policy for students. Mr. President, these items do require a vote.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Thank you. I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Rome.
Yes.
Member Melendez.
Yes.
Member Todd Breland.
Yes.
Member Truss.
Yes.
Member Sotelo.
Yes.
And President Del Valle.
Yes.
We have 6 ayes, 0 nays. These items are adopted by the board. Mr. President, I'll continue with a communication. This item does not require a vote, but I will read it into the record. CO1 is the communication from the Chief Financial Officer concerning the comprehensive annual financial report of the board for fiscal year 2020. The Office of the Chief Financial Officer has prepared the fiscal year 2020 comprehensive annual financial report pursuant to section 34-29 of the Illinois School Code. The board retained the independent certified accounting firm of Baker Tilly Virchow Kraus LLP to audit the basic financial statements of the board as of and for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2020. Baker Tilly Virchow Kraus LLP has completed the audit and issued an unmodified report on the basic financial statements, which is included in the comprehensive annual financial report. Copies of the comprehensive annual financial report have been distributed to board members of the board in advance of this meeting today. The comprehensive annual financial report is being presented to and accepted by the board. The report will be filed with the official records of the board and transmitted to the mayor of the city of Chicago and the Chicago City Council as required by law. Mr. President, I'll continue with additional items on the agenda that do require a vote. We have EX1 for the transfer of funds. EX2 is to authorize tuition payments for special education university coursework. OP1 is for the debarment of Henry Elrod. PR1 is a new agreement with E3 Diagnostics for audiology equipment. PR2 is to authorize a first renewal agreement with EQUA Group for student growth measure services. PR3 is to authorize a pre-qual status and new agreements for various contracts to provide various trades work for the operations and maintenance program. PR4 is the report on award of construction contracts and changes to construction contracts for the board's capital improvement program. PR5 is a new agreement with Office Depot for supplies and related services. And related products. PR6 is to authorize the first and final renewal agreement with AutoClear for maintenance and repair services for the portable X-ray machines. And then we have PR7. This is to authorize a new agreement with the University of Chicago for school climate survey of students and teachers services. Mr. President, these items do require a vote.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Thank you. I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Rome,
Yes.
Member Melendez,
Yes.
Member Todd Breland,
Yes.
Member Truss,
Yes.
Member Sotelo,
Yes.
and President Del Valle.
Yes.
We have 6 ayes and 0 nays. These matters are adopted by the board. Mr. President, I'll continue with additional items on the public agenda that do not require a vote. We have FN1. This is the Chief Financial Officer report for November 2020 and the emergency authority exercised under the prior resolutions. PR8 is the Chief Procurement Officer report for October 2020 and the delegated authority exercised under Board Rule 7-13. EX3 is the report on principal contract new. EX5 is the report on principal contract renewals. And EX5, Mr. President, is the report that was presented earlier by Matt Lyons and Christina Jordan. This is to rescind the November 2006 board report as well as the January 2008 report and accept report on the new compensation guidelines for non-union employees. And then we have AR1. This is the report on board report rescissions. And Mr. President, these items just need to be accepted by the board.
Please mark received and filed.
Thank you, Mr. President. And there are no further items on the public agenda.
We will now move into executive session. Member Rome, do you have a motion?
I do. I move for the board to hold a closed session to consider the following matters: information regarding appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of employees, specific individuals who serve as independent contractors in a park, recreational, or educational setting, or specific volunteers of the public body or legal counsel for the public body pursuant to Section 2C1 of the Open Meetings Act, and pending litigation and litigation which is probable or imminent involving the board pursuant to section 2C11 of the Open Meetings Act.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Thank you. I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Rome,
Yes.
Member Melendez,
Yes.
Member Todd Breland,
Yes.
Member Truss,
Yes.
Member Sotelo,
Yes.
and President Del Valle.
Yes.
We have 6 ayes, 0 nays. This motion is adopted by the board.
Okay, we will be going into executive session and we will return for further action after executive session. So we now go into executive session.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? I'm just testing my mic. Thank you.
Are we ready to go?
Yes, sir. Everyone is on the Zoom meeting to reconvene.
Okay. The meeting of the Board of Education is reconvened. Madam Secretary, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will continue with executive session items from the General Counsel. These items do require a vote. The first report, appoint Assistant General Counsel, Department of Law for Alexandra Hudstein. The second report, appoint Assistant General Counsel, Department of Law for Colleen Kauth. The third report, authorized retention of the law firm Scharf, Banks, Marmer, LLC. The fourth report, authorized continued retention of the law firm Nielsen, Zahi, and Antis, PC. The fifth report, authorized continued retention of the Soto's law firm, PC. The sixth report, workers' compensation payment for lump sum settlement for Tyrone Golden, case number 01WC51650. The seventh report, workers' compensation payment for lump sum settlement for Renee G. Latronica, case number 15WC004907. The eighth report, workers' compensation payment for lump sum settlement for Deborah A. McNuckles, case number 18WC2256. The ninth report, property damage release authorized settlement for Dawes Elementary School. The 10th report is property tax appeal refund authorized settlement for 18-41438 and 19-51566 for 24 West Randolph Street, Broadway in Chicago. The 11th report is property tax appeal refund authorized settlement for Kmart, PTAB numbers 15-23520, 16-25452, and 17-37284. The 12th report, property tax appeal refund authorized settlement for 18-41442 at 65 West Jackson for the Union League Club. Mr. President, these items do require a vote.
Is there a motion?
So move.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Thank you. I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Rome,
Yes.
Member Melendez,
Yes.
Vice President Reveluri,
Yes.
Member Todd Breland,
Yes.
Member Truss,
Yes.
and President Del Valle.
Yes.
We have 6 ayes and 0 nays. These matters are adopted by the board. Mr. President, I will continue with an item from the Chief Executive Officer. This item does require a vote. This is the warning resolution for James McDonough, tenured teacher at Marie Sklodowska-Curie Metropolitan High School. Mr. President, this item does require a vote.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Thank you. I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Rome,
Yes.
Member Melendez,
Yes.
Vice President Reveluri,
Yes.
Member Todd Breland,
Yes.
Member Truss,
Yes.
and President Del Valle.
Yes.
We have 6 ayes, 0 nays. This matter is adopted by the board. Mr. President, I will continue with items from the board. These items do require a vote. The first report is the resolution approving the Chief Executive Officer's recommendation to dismiss educational support personnel. The second report is the resolution approving the chief executive officer's recommendation to dismiss a probationary appointed teacher. And for the record, I would like to note that on December 11, 2020, the board members and the office of the board received the CEO's recommendation to dismiss a probationary appointed teacher pursuant to 4-1 and 105 ILCS 5/34-84. Her recommendation included the name of the teacher affected and the reason. She also noted that the teacher affected will be notified of their dismissal after adoption of this resolution. We then have the third report, resolution authorizing the honorable termination of a regularly certified and appointed teacher. And the fourth report is resolution by the Board of Education to amend the Chief Executive Officer's Janice K. Jackson's employment contract. And Mr. President, these items do require a vote.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
We need a second.
I second the motion.
Thank you, Member Melendez. I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Rome,
Yes.
Member Melendez,
Yes.
Vice President Reveluri,
Yes.
Member Ted Breland,
Yes.
Member Truss,
Yes.
and President Del Valle.
Yes.
We have 6 ayes, 0 nays. These matters are adopted by the board.
I will proceed to make a statement. The resolution to amend the Chief Executive Officer's, Janice Jackson's employment contract has been approved by this board unanimously. Dr. Jackson has demonstrated excellent and fearless leadership and ambitious vision for every student in Chicago Public Schools, and an unwavering commitment and dedication to serving our 340,000 plus CPS students and their families, as well as our 38,620 employees. She is a nationally respected leader, and the district is grateful to have her at the helm of the third largest school system in the country. Her compensation, however, is not on par with that of superintendents across the state or the country. We took it as a matter of equity to ensure that the CEO of CPS is fairly compensated, and this salary adjustment is a step in that direction. To that end, we have adjusted the CEO's salary to $300,000 per year, effective immediately. We want to thank Dr. Jackson for her leadership and especially acknowledge and recognize the work that she has done to lead the district during a challenging time.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll continue with the next item then, and I believe that Member Truss has a motion.
Thank you. I move that the record of proceedings of the regular board meeting of November 18, 2020, prepared by the board secretary, be approved, and that such records of proceedings be posted on the Chicago Board of Education website in accordance with Section 2.06B of the Open Meetings Act.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Thank you. I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Rome,
Yes.
Member Melendez,
Yes.
Vice President Reveluri,
Yes.
Member Ted Breland,
Yes.
Member Truss,
Yes.
and President Del Valle.
Yes.
We have 6 ayes, 0 nays. This motion is adopted by the board. Mr. President, there are no further items on the executive agenda, but before we adjourn, Mr. President, I just want to make one clarification. I believe that I read an incorrect number for a board report as we were going through them on a non-delegable item, and I just want to clear that for the transcript and state that EX4 is the report on principal contracts renewals, And to restate, EX5 is the board report to accept the report on the new compensation guidelines for non-union employees. So I just wanted to make that clarification for the record and the transcript so that we can prepare our agenda of action correctly. Thank you.
Very, very good. Thank you. Well, I want to thank all the board members. It's been a long meeting, but I think a very productive one. And I thank all the staff that have participated today. And I wish you all well. And if I don't see you, I hope to talk to each and every one of you before the end of the year. But if I don't get to you, please, you have my best wishes for the new year, and be well. So,
President Del Valle, before you adjourn, if you don't mind, I would like to publicly thank you personally for your advocacy, as well as each and every board member for your kind words and this show of respect. So I know you know that, and I've said that privately, but it's important that I say it publicly, and know that I don't take this lightly. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson. If there's no other business to come before us, then this meeting is adjourned. Is there a motion to adjourn? I need a motion.
So moved.
So moved.
Okay, it's been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Bye.
Okay, we are adjourned. Thank you.
Everyone.
Bye.
Holidays, everybody, and
All right,
hope for
happy
a
holidays.
better new year.